Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's competition here at the AusCycling Track National Championships. This is our first day of competition for our elites, under 19 and paracyclists. Our fourth day of competition for our junior under 17 and under 15 riders. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, welcome. We're going to have all of our day sessions available to you through the Elite Championships over the next several days. But in the evening time, and our evening sessions, you'll be able to go on to SBS On Demand or KO, and you'll be able to hear Scott McGorry and Kate Bates with their coverage of the evening sessions. But daytime, you're stuck with me, I'm afraid. We're going to have some great racing, and our first events that are going to come out onto the track this morning is the 200-metre qualifying of the Elite Women Sprint. Our first rider out onto the track this morning. A little bit overcast outside of the Anna Meares Velodrome here today. The welcome rider number 29 from Victoria. This is Ruby McLean. "13 riders in all for our elite women's competition. 12 riders will go through to round one, so unfortunately one will miss out. And Ruby McLean is going to try and set the fastest possible time she can as our first rider out on the velodrome. We've seen some super fast times in our junior racing. National records have fallen over the last couple of days racing here. The big difference we get today is with the elites, the gear ratios go through the roof. No restricted gears, and Ruby McLean is showing that as she really gets underway here. Nice line as she goes through the 200-metre mark now down the back straight. This is our first rider out on track. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, Ruby McLean, don't get the 100 split. We'll see where she'll stop the clock. If we go to the line, 12.428 for the first time of the day for Ruby. Our next rider, also from Victoria, rider number 30. This is Ning Chen. Ning Chen comes through this time with 2 laps to go. Just looking for the fastest 200 metres possible. All of these riders will spend the first lap and a half just concentrating at the job at hand. Just making sure they're comfortable on the bike. Up to speed now. Ning Chen really going in quick here. She drops down the track nicely. Nice line as she comes up to the 200. Sizable gear on as she heads down the back straight. We'll see where she is through the 100. Moving quite nicely, very nicely indeed. Ning Chen nice and strong up the home straight. We'll see where she stops the clock. Stops it at 11.721. Goes top of the leaderboard for now. Spend the first couple of laps just visualising their ride, making sure they're comfortable where they're going to start their acceleration to get the bike up onto top speed before they come under the stopwatch. Our new rider out on the track, one of our younger riders up into the elite ranks now from New South Wales, rider number 3. This is Maya Dillon. Great success as a junior cyclist, Maya Dillon. Been lucky enough to commentate her cycling career for the last half a dozen years through Sydney and also at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Building up pace nicely. Very smooth sprinter is Maya. comes through a very good crop of New South Wales sprinters who have moved up into the elite ranks this year. Meares heads down the back straight nicely through the first 100, quickest so far here. We'll see where she can stop the clock. She comes up to the line, 11.417 for Meares to go top of the leaderboard. Our next rider coming down the home straight in the red colours of South Australia. This is Chloe Moran. Big opportunities for the elite women's sprinters in Australia at the moment. Plenty of spots available now that the team sprint is now a 3-rider contest, not a 2-rider contest. It certainly helped with the depth of numbers over the last few years for riders to get involved. Gone are the days of just 2 riders representing Australia. 5th place at the recent Nations Cup for the newly looking team sprint team from the Australian women's team. Chloe Moran getting herself moving nicely here. Nice aerodynamic position, head very low on the front end of the bike as she heads down the back straight. Through the first 100, not quite the fastest time just yet. She comes into the home straight. Stop the clock, 11.711. Gets herself closer to the top of the leaderboard, second for now, just inside the time of Ning Chen, just off the time of Maya Dillon. Now on the track, one of the most successful South Australian elite women we've had over the last decade or more, Brianna Hargrave, ladies and gentlemen, multiple times national champion in the team sprint, represented Australia as well. And I hope she doesn't mind me saying it, but a new mum in the last couple of years as well. So very, very accomplished woman is Brianna Hargrave in sport and outside of sport. So really looking forward to see what Brianna can do here today, get herself right at the top of the table in qualifying. Brianna Hargrave into the home straight, really moving smoothly. Dives down the track now through the 200. Is this going to be the quickest one we see? We've already got a good time though from Maya Dillon. Brianna Hargrave, fastest time through the 100. She'll be strong into the home straight. She'll stop the clock, 11.309. Top time so far for Brianna Hargrave. First of our Queensland cyclists on the track now, number 9, just going underneath the scoreboard, is Emma Stevens. We always see a well turned out team from the Queensland elite sprinters. Emma Stevens been a part of the team sprint and individual sprint and time trials over the last several years here, commentating up here in Queensland at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Of course, we're going to be here for a number of years to come as well for the National Championships. Emma Stevens building up pace beautifully at the top of the banking here. Looking resplendent, double discs in, moving nicely. Through the 200 now as she heads down the back straight, Emma Stevens. See where she is as she goes through the 100. Quickest time so far. They're very close though. Emma Stevens, can she put herself to the top of the leaderboard? Second fastest, 11.316. Nothing between her and Brianna Hargrave. 11.309 for Brianna, 11.316 for Emma Stevens. A new rider comes onto the track now. This is the Tasmanian cyclist Lauren Perry heading down the back straight. So Lauren racing at the Oceania Championships as a junior cyclist. She was a track endurance cyclist, junior world individual pursuit champion. Had a break from the sport, did road cycling, has now come back to the sport again for the track side of things and concentrating on the sprint and power events. So Lauren Perry got a very big gear on as she starts to move down the back straight, trying to get on top of that gear. Superb scratch race cyclist and wheel race cyclist in Tasmania, Lauren Perry. Out of the saddle, trying to really get on top of that really big gear here. Motoring it down the back straight at the moment, Lauren Perry. Fastest through the first 100. Where can she stop the clock? She comes into the home straight. 11.269, top time so far for Lauren Perry. Rider number 8 from Queensland out on the track now. This is Molly McGill. Huge day of racing here. 3 sessions in all. Pretty much everything covered today, from sprinting, time trialing, elimination races, scratch races, individual pursuit championship for the men. We've got our para champions as well riding today. So plenty of racing to look forward to. For now, we'll look at Molly McGill as she builds up pace high up at the top of the banking. Moving nicely as she comes into the home straight this time, Molly McGill. Nice line down the track, heads towards the 200 now. On top of the gear nicely here, Molly McGill, trying to get everything out of the bike that she possibly can. Third quickest through the first 100, but still moving nicely into the home straight here. McGill hits the line, 11.396. Fourth for now, but I can tell you that is right there and thereabouts with all the times we have seen so far. Our top 5 riders all inside 11.4, 11.41 being Maya Dillon, so they're all very close at the top of the seedings so far. Rolling down the back straight. One of the riders I'm looking forward to seeing this next couple of days in the sprint events. Superb in the under 17 category, excellent in the under 19 categories, and now moved up into the elite ranks from New South Wales. This is Lily Tataranoff. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the likes of Dillon and Tataranoff get themselves moving in these elite ranks. Perfect time to be coming in to the elite side of the sport for these riders out of the under 19s. They were so successful. Plenty of opportunity to represent Australia here for these riders if they can get the times done. Tataranoff, nice and smooth through the 200. Moving nicely down the back straight through the first 100. Quickest time through the 100 so far for Tataranoff. She'll come up, stop the clock. 11.228, top time so far. Just inside the time of Lauren Perry. Our new rider on the track, one of the biggest stories in women's track sprinting over the last couple of years, if not the biggest. Please welcome rider number 28 from Western Australia. This is Christine Perkins. Well, Christine represented Australia just recently at the Nations Cup in Turkey. Some 17 years after the last time she represented Australia, when she won a medal in the team sprint with Anna Meares. Now Christine Perkins, part of the Australian team, building up the pace, really trying to move nicely down the back straight. She was excellent in the individual time trial at Nationals last year. Quickest time through the 100 here for Christine Perkins. She'll come down and stop the clock. 11.248 for the second fastest now. But the fastest time's 11.22, then Christine Perkins 11.24, then Lauren Perry at 11.26. So Tataranoff 11.22, Perkins 11.24, Perry 11.26. Nothing in between them all at this moment. A new rider onto the track. Rider number 7 is the Queenslander, Danica Blincoe. She'll be the next one to try and set the fastest time she possibly can here. Danica Blincoe building up pace nicely down the back straight. Out of the saddle now. You can just tell by the way the legs are going, she's on a very big gear here. The speed's nice. The legs moving in slow motion on a very big gear down the back straight, but she's getting well on top of it here through the first 100. Quickest time just inside that of Christine Perkins for the first 100. She'll stop the clock, 11.10. Nice ride from a Danica Blincoe. She now goes top of the leaderboard with a little bit of a gap between her and Tatarinov. Two riders to come in this qualifying for the elite women's sprint. And next to those riders is travelling down the back straight now. Just visualising her ride, getting herself ready. This is rider number 11 from Queensland. This is Sophie Watts. She'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Sophie Watts started sprinting in Western Australia, then come over to Queensland, moving very nicely indeed, Sophie, through the 200 down the back straight. Very smooth, on top of the gear nicely here, Sophie Watts. Don't see the 100 time. We look towards the start-finish line to see what time she can do. 11.006 for Sophie. Quickest one so far. Great ride. 0.06 of a second outside, breaking the 11-second barrier here. So she is on some top form, Sophie Watts. The rider just rolling down the back straight now. Rider number 23 representing Victoria. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alessia McCaig. Alessia McCaig at last year's National Championships won everything in the sprint competition. Well and truly establishing herself as the #1 sprinter in the country. Building up pace nicely down the back straight. Really moving here, Alessia McCaig. Can we see Alessia McCaig get well and truly inside that 11-second barrier. Moving beautifully through to the 200 here. The Australian defending champion, Alessia McCaig, goes through the first 100. No surprise, quickest time. Going to get inside 11 seconds here as she hits the line. 10.858 for Alessia McCaig. Ready to defend all of her titles here this week. Ladies and gentlemen, we get underway with our para-TT men C1 to C5 MB and AW 1-way qualifying, 1,000-metre time trial. Our first rider, the rider from Queensland, is Keely Kitkovics on the track on his own. He comes into the home straight, looking to set the best time he can. Nice standing start there, 22 seconds. Keely comes into the home straight, moving nicely here, nice and smooth. 37.681 for the first 500 here from Keely. 1,000-metre time trial. Magnificent event for about 3 laps. It's the last lap that it all starts to really hurt these riders. This is where you find out all about the 1,000-metre time trial. As soon as you hear that bell, that's when it starts to really get hard here. And Keely's fighting on beautifully down the back straight. He comes through the final bend, looking to set the best time he can for qualifying and go across the line. 1:10.847 for Keely. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to heat number 2. We welcome in the back straight, rider from New South Wales, Gordon Allen. And in the home straight from Queensland, please welcome Kai Sakakibara. What a wonderful story to see Kai Sakakibara on the start line here for his first National Cycling Championships. Such a tragic story from his accident, but just such a wonderful story to see him back doing what he's doing with his rowing and his cycling. Of course, his sister, the Olympic champion in the BMX at Paris. So just a superb story of resilience. So we'll see what Kai can do here, and he's up against Gordon Allen here in qualifying for the 1,000-metre time trial. Away now in heat number 2, Kai Sakakibara in the home straight, going out to set the best time he possibly can. Gordon Allen, Paralympian, world champion, record holder as well from New South Wales, getting himself up to speed here as he heads down the back straight. Sakakibara comes through, completes his first lap, first outing in this style of discipline. Gordon Allen up round the outside in qualifying. Moving nicely, as always, Gordon Allen down the back straight. Gordon will come through, a lap and a half to go for his 1,000-metre qualifying ride. Kai Sakakibara, 2 to go now as he goes through 500 metres. Allen gets the bell. Always so smooth on the bike. Gordon Allen, the New South Welshman, into the home straight once again. moving nicely, heads towards the back straight. We'll see where he'll stop the clock for qualifying here. Gordon Allen goes through 1:12.546. Get behind Kai Sakakibara as he comes through, ladies and gentlemen. One lap of the track left to go for him. Champion human being, Kai Sakakibara, into the last bend now. Make some noise for Kai as he comes into the home straight. This is a big effort here. First outing on the velodrome at this style of championship. Well done to Kai Sakakibara. We move on to heat number 3 now in our para qualifying, and we welcome in the back straight representing Queensland, Kyle Willis. In the home straight representing South Australia, Darren Hicks. Nice start out of the gate for both riders here. Darren Hicks, South Australian. Kyle Willis from Queensland. This is the qualifying rides. So much experience, so many medals between these two riders. World Championships, Paralympics, World Cups. Saw them all race here at the World Cup in 2019 as well, Com Games. Such a unique talent, a great bunch of athletes in our para athletes here in Australia. Darren Hicks into the home straight. Kyle Willis moving nicely, nice and smooth. This is the qualifying ride. Of course, all of our para athletes going in qualifying here. Multiple disciplines, multiple categories, should I say, multiple categories in this qualifying situation. Hicks gets the bell. Willis into the last portion of his last lap now as they head down the back straight. Have a look at the time for the Queenslander. 1:09.519 for Kyle Willis. Darren Hicks comes into the home straight to finish off his qualifying ride. He crosses the line. Didn't get the clock stopped, but we'll get the updated time. Don't forget, you'll be able to don't forget, if you want to see all of the updated result, the live result timing, you can go to results.auscycling.org.au for all of our schedule today of racing and all of the times that have been set. So results.auscycling.org.au AusCycling.org.au is where you want to go. As we wait for our next rider, heat number 4, just the sole rider, waiting for him to come up onto the start line. He'll be with us shortly. Heat number 4 now onto the track. Corey Boddington from Queensland joins us in the home straight for his qualifying 1,000 metre time trial. Corey Boddington away for his 1,000 metre time trial now. Moving very nicely out of the blocks, as always, with Corey. Such an efficient rider in this discipline. Really moving nicely as he comes into the home straight this time. We see where he is through the first 500. 34.055 for Corey Boddington. Not slowing down at all as he gets the bell this time. Nice and smooth here from Corey Boddington. Heads down the back straight. Hasn't slowed down at all, has he? He'll come up, he'll stop the clock. 1:03, 1:04.317 for Corey. Superb ride here in qualifying. We move on to heat number 5 now. We welcome in the back straight from the ACT. This is Max Soetholz In the home straight, representing Western Australia, please welcome Matthew Gray. Matt Gray in the MC5 division, along with Sudholz as well. Away now for Gray and Sudholz. Both very established riders in the para team, the para competitions over the last several years. Of course, Matt Gray rode the Paralympics back in Sydney 2000. Left the sport for a while, got on with everyday life, and then came back when he got to more of a masters age group. He's, like a lot of people who come back to the sport, going quicker now as he's older than he was when he was younger. Max Sudholz and Matt Gray, nothing between the two of them at this stage through the first 500. Sudholz just the edge over the top of Matty Gray here. See what Max can do down the back straight. There's nothing between the two of them. Sudholz ever so slightly in front through the first 3 laps. Still just about 2 bike lengths between the two of them. This is a great contest in qualifying. Matt Gray, Max Sudholz, they go to the line. Gray stronger over the last lap, but Sudholz will hang on ever so slightly. 1:07.373 to Matt Gray's 1:07.391. So that'll be a great contest later today in the final. We move on to our next heat of qualifying. We move on to our men's tandem and the back straight. We welcome the rider of Bo Watton, and his pilot is Blake Long on the front. And in the home straight, we welcome Kane Paris, and his pilot is Luke Zachariah from WA. Away now in our men's tandem, first qualifying. Zachariah and Paris. Went to Paris last year for the World Championships and the Olympics. New combination of Blake Long and Bo Wooten. But Zachariah and Paris, so close to a medal at the Games, so close to a World Championship. Had a mechanical in the World Championships, ended up running 4th in Paris. Big story for the Paris family with a son racing on the track in cycling, and of course their son also racing in the 100 metres on the athletics track. So great story for the family, the Paris family. They'll come to the home straight. Zachariah and Paris this time, 1 lap to go. It's a good ride from Blake Long and Bo Wooten, a new pairing. Good to see Blake Long, a West Australian, lining up in the South Australian colours as a new member of this outfit. As Paris and Zachariah come down and stop the clock, 1:02.475. Great time from Wooten and Long, 1:03.718. Great contest. We welcome our next heat onto the line in the back straight. Please welcome Jodie Willis-Roberts and her pilot, Jodie Hayward, in the home straight. We'll welcome Zach Clarkson and Peter Spencer. So it's Jess Gallagher and Jackie Mengler-Moore who lead away in the home straight. Apologies for the mistake. In the back straight, Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward. We move on to the Para-TT women's qualifying. And Mengler-Moore and Gallagher up round the outside. More experienced pairing here. Jackie Mengler-Moore moving on to the para-tandems. Jess Gallagher, of course, one of our most successful Paralympians. Moving nicely here, this pairing of the Queenslander and the Victorian. They go through with 1 lap to go. Moving nicely here. Just over 52 seconds through the first 3 laps for the pairing of Gallagher and Mengler-Moore. And Jodie Willis-Roberts, Jodie Hayward, they'll get the belt as they come up to finish off. 1:08.392 for Gallagher and Mengler-Moore. Nice ride. Jodie Willis-Roberts, Jodie Hayward making their way through the bend now to finish off their time in the back straight. And they finish the time 1:24.361 for our first qualifying ride. move on to the second heat now of our Para TT Women's C1 to C5 and WB qualifying. In the back straight, we welcome from Victoria, Talia Clayton-Goody. In the home straight, we welcome from Queensland, Paige Greco. Both riders away, nice and smooth. Out of the starting gate here at Anna Meares Velodrome. A little bit overcast outside, changes the atmosphere somewhat inside the track. Might be a little bit cooler in the track centre today for all of our competitors for a period of time anyway. Paige Greco moving nicely. The Queenslander heads down the back straight. Her opponent, the Victorian, Talia Clayton-Goody. Both very well established riders in the para disciplines. Paige Greco, multiple times Olympic and world champion, moving nicely here. The Queenslander heads down the back straight. She gets 1.5 laps to go here. Talia goes through. Paige will receive the bell lap. Setting up nicely for a final time later today. Greco, she'll come into the home straight just behind her opponent, Talia. Paige Greco, the Queenslander, come through and finish her time. 1:19.777 there for Paige. And Talia Clayton-Goody heads to the back straight to set her time for qualifying here this morning, 1:29.055. Please welcome in the home straight, representing Victoria, this is Sharon Boyd. In the back straight, also representing Victoria, this is Tara Nayland. Heat number 3. Both riders away nice and smoothly from the starting gate. It's our Para TT Women's C1, C5 qualifying and our women's tandem. Great day of contests here. Virtually every discipline taken care of here in track cycling. Right from under 15s all the way through to our elites and para athletes. Moving very nicely, Tara Nayland here as she heads towards the back straight. Very smooth indeed. Got a lot of pace going here, Tara. Sharon Boyd gets 2 to go as she comes through. Nayland goes through. Really pedalling nicely as she heads towards the back straight, this time to receive the bell lap. The bell sounds for Sharon Boyd as she goes through the Victorian. Tara Nayland, half a lap to go now for her. Hasn't really slowed down much over the journey either, Tara Nayland. Heads towards the back straight. It's a nice time. 1:12.515 for Tara Nayland. Sharon Boyd will come through. Stop the clock at 1:18.712. We now welcome heat number 4 out onto the track. In the back straight, please welcome from South Australia, this is Meg Lemon. And in the home straight, from Victoria, please welcome Emily Petricola. Emily Petricola in the home straight, Meg Lemon in the back straight. They're away. And Petricola, that beautiful bike with all the stickers up, the green and gold on it. Fantastic looking machine. Meg Lemon, the Australian Argon bike. The South Australia versus Victoria here in qualifying, and Petricola moving nicely. Meg Lemon got the bike up to speed now, very nicely indeed. These two Paralympic champions. Petricola really moving nicely into the home straight here. Heads down the back straight. Well and truly on her mark here. Lap and a half to go for her. Meg Lemon, the South Australian, into the home straight. Lap and a half to go for her. The bell will sound for Petricola as she goes through. Perfect position on the bike, and Petricola. She'll come to the home straight to finish off her ride here. Nice time, 1:14.935 for Emily Petricola. Meg Lemon will go to the line, 1:21.425. We move on to our final heat in our Para-TT women's qualifying. We welcome in the back straight representing Victoria. This is Alana Forster, and in the home straight, also representing Victoria, this is Erin Rowell. Away now, final qualifier in our para time trial here. After this, we'll be moving on to the first round of the elite women's sprint. Both riders away nicely now in their categories. Nice start here. Erin Rowell moving nicely down the back straight here. 2.5 laps to go for her. Alana Forster, the green and gold helmet of the Australian team. 2 laps to go now for Rowell as she goes through. 38.299 for her through the first 500 metres. Really moving nicely. Forster right up onto pace now as she goes through with 1.5 laps to go. Rowell will receive the bell lap this time. 55.812, moving nicely, Erin Rowell. Forster goes through, 1 lap to go for her now. As Rowell just starting to tie up a little bit in the back straight here. She'll come round to finish in the home straight. It's tough work over that last lap or so of the 1,000-metre time trial. She'll stop the clock 1:14.654. Forster goes through 1:18.13. We move on now to elite women's sprint round number 1, event number 91. Change of pace. Fastest qualifier versus 12 here. We welcome onto the track our 2 riders from Victoria. Rider number 30 will be Ning Chen, and rider number 23 will be Alessia McCaig. The winner will go through to the quarter-final, with the remaining riders to the repechage. Alessia McCaig leads the way through the number 1 spot here. 10.85 in the qualifying ride for Alessia. Last year she took all before her, the sprint, the time trial, the Kieran, team sprint as well. Established herself as the number 1 sprinter in Australia for now. Great depth of talent we've got in the elite sprint. I've said before, the big advantage that the team sprint is now 3 riders. Just opens the door for a lot more possibilities for riders. They can see more of an opportunity to represent at the highest level. McCaig setting the tempo here for Ning Chen, showing great respect to the 12th qualifier here. The Australian champion, the defending champion, leads through the 200 down the back straight now. Ning Chen doing a good roll to get up into the slipstream. McCaig just has a bit of a glance over the shoulder to make sure she's got her in check, and McCaig will come through comfortably in the first ride of her day and qualify into the quarterfinals. Move on now to heat number 2. Welcome our first rider up onto the track representing South Australia. This is Chloe Moran. Her opponent from Queensland is Sophie Watts. Sophie Watts has drawn front position. She was the faster qualifier of the 2. She'll lead away. Chloe Moran, to and froing between endurance and sprinting. Good to see her lining up in the sprint program here. Excellent rider in the scratch races and so forth. Sees possibly an opportunity, I would say, in the team sprint, and Kieran into the national team here for Chloe. That's what she'll be trying for. Sophie Watts should be looking to establish herself in that position as well into the team sprint team. And the other sprinting spots that we have for our elite women in the national team. So there's everything to race for here. 2 years out from the Commonwealth Games, 4 from LA 28. Sophie Watts leads through. Head down the back straight. Watts leads. Moran goes to her down the back straight, trying to get up past the hip. Not able to do so at the moment. And Sophie Watts got this one under control as they go across the line. Sophie Watts will take that one out. She'll go through to the quarterfinals automatically now. Chloe Moran will have to try and come back through the repechage. 11.72 as they went across the line. Heat number 3 comes out onto the track. We welcome our first rider, and rider number 3 from New South Wales. This is Maya Dillon. And her opponent, rider number 7 from Queensland. Please welcome Danica Blinko. Nothing really between the times here of our top 12 qualifiers. The first couple a little bit clear. Danica Blinko was very nice as well with her time. Just about 2.2 quicker than the rest, but then there's a nice little gaggle of riders all around the same time from qualifying here earlier. So I expect to see some great contests. Maya Dillon up out of the under 17s, 19s, very good. Now up into the elite ranks. Come through racing against Lily Tatarinov from New South Wales as well. Good contest between those two through the junior ranks. Now we're going to see what they can do as they start their elite journey. Great time for them to be coming up into the elite ranks. 2 years out from Com Games, then also LA 28. Maya Dillon keeping a good eye on Blinko. Match racing is what it's all about now as they come into the home straight. Dillon leads through. Just trying to keep herself going. They're not underway yet. Now Dillon still having a look over the shoulder. They head down the back straight. Got to be full on now down the back straight. Dillon gets out of the saddle. Blinko goes to the hip. Dillon holding her off at the moment. Is Blinko going to get the run down the banking? That's good track craft there from Blinko. Knowing the track nicely, the Queenslander. She goes through to the quarterfinals. Maya Dillon will try and come back through the repechage. Heat number 5 now, up onto the track. We welcome from New South Wales, rider number 5 is Lily Tatarinov. And her opponent just coming up onto the track from Queensland. This is Molly McGill. Lily Tatarinov to lead away, faster qualifier of these two. Just keeping a good eye on the Queenslander as they head down the back straight. She'll have good confidence with a qualifying ride. She'd like to think she's got the better of Molly McGill. But when we go into the one-on-one riding, qualifying times sometimes just count for nothing. Tactics are plenty. Tatarinov just keeps her head turned to the right, keeping an eye on where Molly is at the moment. Speeding up so that McGill doesn't get the advantage of doing a dive bomb here. Now she has to have a bit of a look. They come into the home straight. McGill trying to get onto terms with Tatarinov and doing a good job of it as well. Tatarinov still looks over the shoulder. They head to the back straight now. Out of the saddle for Tatarinov. Got to ride McGill off on the hip. McGill gets to the outside of the hip there, but not going to get any further past. Tatarinov too strong from the front. Good controlled ride there from Lily. And Molly McGill will try and come back through the repechage. We move on now to heat number 5, Elite Women's Sprint round number 1. We welcome from Western Australia, this is Christine Perkins, and from Queensland, this is Emma Stevens. Perkins draws front spot. She was the faster of the two in qualifying. This will be pretty evenly matched against the stopwatch from qualifying in the next round as well. So even to race 4 here. It's not sudden death. There is an opportunity to come back through the repechage if you miss out on this one. Plenty of sprinting to come here for our elite women today. Perkins controls the situation as they come up to 2 laps to go this time. Recently returned from the Nations Cup, running 5th in the team sprint with the Australian team, Christine Perkins. As they start to head down the back straight, lap and a half to go. Emma Stevens looking for a way around, thought about going underneath. Didn't have the nerve just to flick underneath the wheel there. Perkins holds her up, good piece of riding. Perkins looks over the shoulder. Now they're going to get underway down the back straight. Stevens seems to be on top of the gear that little bit better here. Perkins with some work to do, but Stevens isn't able to get all the way up round the outside, which means Perkins can fight back underneath, but Stevens gets the run of the banking. And she takes that one out. Good riding there from Stevens. She challenged all the way through that last lap and a half. She goes through to the quarterfinals, Christine Perkins. She'll try and come back through the repechage. This is our 6th and final heat of the round 1 for the elite women's sprint. We welcome from Tasmania onto the track. This is Lauren Perry, and her opponent from South Australia is Brianna Hargrave. Brianna Hargrave leads the way, going down the back straight, just keeping a good eye on where Lauren Perry is. Not even a flick of the fingers between these two riders and the difference of their times in qualifying. Hargrave, so many national championships in the team sprint. Very well established rider as part of the South Australian setup. Building up pace nicely here. Lauren Perry comes from an endurance background, trying the sprinting for the last couple of years. Superb wheel race rider in the Tasmanian carnivals and so forth. Needs to get a little bit closer here to Hargrave. Hargrave's very fast from the front. They start to line up through the 200. Hargrave has a look to see where Perry is. She's going to find out in the back straight as they go to the bend. Perry up alongside her, shoulder to shoulder. She got the gear going that little bit nicer here. Perry into the home straight. She'll go across the line, take that one out, goes through to the quarterfinals. Brianna Hargrave into the repechage. So one of the great things about this week's championships, those of you joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel and also here at the Anna Meares Velodrome, is we've had 3 days of the junior championships, still got 2 days to go, so they overlap with the elites and paras for the next couple of days. Great opportunity for our young riders to be able to see the best in the business up close. And we get to see so many more different races here. Today, we're about to go onto the line for the under-15 boys points race qualifying. We'll welcome the riders up onto the fence line first. Cooper Farr from New South Wales, Lucas Stribic from New South Wales, Jacob Cork from Queensland, Ethan Lee from Queensland, Chase Hutchins from South Australia, Arnav Chakravarthi from Victoria, Harry Morrison from WA. The bottom of the track, when they join us here from New South Wales, in the sprinters lane will be Jacob McLaughlin, Billy Yeo from New South Wales as well, Riley Dixon from Queensland, Joel Gooley from South Australia, Ewan Brown from Victoria, Aidan Nguyen from Victoria, and Liam Shah from WA. This is a qualifying race. The last 2 place getters will not qualify for the final. It's over 16 laps. It's a points race. There's 2 sprints. The bell will sound on the 11th lap and with 1 to go. The first sprint comes after just 5 laps and the second sprint at the end of the 10. "14 riders, 8 opportunities to score points, or 8 placings during this race. 5, 3, 2 and 1 for the first sprint, 5, 3, 2 and 1 for the second sprint. Tactics fairly simple. Get yourself a point, any sort of point you can in one of the 2 sprints, and you will qualify for the final. After that, it'll come down to where you finish across the line in the last sprint. Big 3 days of racing already for our under-15 riders and our under-17s for that matter. Earlier start today. So much to look forward to. There's going to be a lot of racing to watch for these guys as well. The pace goes up straight away. And South Australian riders getting themselves moving. Joel Gooley, Chase Hutchins up onto his wheel. It looks like McLaughlin as they go down the back straight. Brown, I think, with him. They come into the home straight this time. 14 laps to go. Position so important. Billy Yeo at the top of the track as he goes through. Ewan Brown, the Victorian, swings up. Queensland, New South Wales. Then Aidan Nguyen just on the wheel of, it looks like, Lucas Stribic, the Victorian, going through now. 13 laps to go this time. South Australian Gooley has a look over the shoulder. He's got Chase Hutchins, his teammate. They're in a good position at the moment. Gooley gets on with it. Chase Hutchins chases straight away. Into the home straight. 12 to go this time. The next time round, they'll receive the bell lap. So now position is so important. And no surprises. The young man, second wheel. Heading down the back straight is the Queenslander Dixon. And so much success already over the last couple of days. Riley Dixon, Chase Hutchins out of the saddle. Riley Dixon's not going to panic from there, giving himself a little bit of room to be able to move when he needs to. Dixon up round the outside of Chase Hutchins. They'll all be happy to get themselves into the top 4 here if they can, the first 4. Because that will secure them. All they have to do is follow wheels after this one. Dixon's going to take the 5. 5 points for Dixon as he goes across. Sorry for the little bit of trouble with our scoreboard just at the moment. Now it's coming back to us. But Riley Dixon, he gets himself the 5 points. Updated points will come through shortly. Dixon, Yeo, Brown, Ethan Lee, 5, 3, 2 and 1. Well, they're all going to be safe. All they have to do is get themselves through to the finish on the same lap with 9 laps to go. And it's going to come to a position count back on the last sprint for qualifying for these guys. Chase Hutchins He did a fair bit of work early. Missed out on some points that time, so he'll be trying to get himself into good position. The little South Australian, Liam Shah, has a look over the shoulder. Sees his teammate as they head down the back straight. No pace on whatsoever. I'm not catching their breath for now. They'll understand how important the next sprint's going to be. Seven laps to go as they go through. The West Australian up top is Morrison. He comes back through to the front. Decides to go on with it here. Good move here. Just going to try and stretch the legs of one or two. They weren't really ready for it. There was no surprise element to it, but he's getting on with the job at hand. They're chasing out after him though. Jacob Cork, the Queenslander, trying to get up onto the wheel here. They're all strung out though. There'll be several riders not too worried. There'll be another group that really want to get involved in this because two are going to miss out in qualifying here. 5 laps to go now. Morrison, he's split the field, swings up, have a look, drop down in on that wheel because he put some people in trouble here. Chase Hutchins in a bit of strife. Remember, there's only going to be 2 who miss out. Staying with the group, all important here. Points even more so. 4 laps to go as they go through. The pace goes out of the bunch this time. The 2 South Aussie riders are so prominent in the first few laps. Just down the back of the group for now. Riley Dixon has won a couple of gold medals already. He's not bothered. The counterpart up around the outside of him from New South Wales. Lurking around the wrong wall. That's Billy Yeo. So Dixon and Yeo's just sitting down the back of the bunch, having a chat, if you don't mind, the Queensland and New South Wales rider, as they are confident that they're going to be through, as they've got 5 and 3 points already. They'll come up to get 2 laps to go here. Good move up round the outside from the Queenslander. Jacob Cork moving nicely. They head down the back straight, lap and a half to go. They're all starting to line out, wanting the points. 2 New South Wales riders, Queensland, then the 2 boys from WA. Got themselves to the right part of the group here. The bell sounds. New South Wales. We look to the back of the field, and it's going to be the 2 South Australians who are in a little bit of strife at the moment, Gooley and Hutchins. They've got to try and race on here as they come into the home straight. 5, 3, 2, and 1 points across the line. But it's the last couple of riders we're going to be looking for. Unfortunately, I think our 2 South Australian guys are going to miss out because the last 4 riders across the line, or amongst that 6 anyway, all had points. So I think Joel Gooley and Chase Hutchins might miss out there. There's Ethan Lee, Ewan Brown, Billy Yeo, Riley Dixon. They were down the back of the bunch. They already had points, looking after their legs very cleverly. Updated points will come through shortly. If you're looking for the results throughout the day, just go on to results.auscycling.org.au. You'll be able to find all of the updated results as the day progresses. We move on to our second heat of our under-15 boys points race qualifying. Welcome our riders up onto the fence. From the ACT, we have George Sloan. From Queensland, we have Elliot King. South Australia is Jack Pentland. Jake Lesky from Victoria, Thomas Boudier from WA, Caleb van der Veen from WA, Jet Stokes from New South Wales. They're the riders up on our fence line. On the sprinters lane, we have Cam Franks, number 43 from Queensland, Aidan Parslow from Queensland, Oscar Pither from Tasmania, Joseph Natoli from Victoria, Lachlan Morgan from WA, and Peter Samuel from New South Wales. Roll again. Roll away again for our second qualifying heat of the 15 boys. Once again, the first bell will sound with 11 to go. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Then the next bell will go at 1 to go. So 5 laps, then 10 before they get ready for their sprints here. Same again, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Score points in the first sprint. You don't have to worry about the second one. You just got to follow wheels to get through to the finish. All to race for these guys here today. They've had 3 big days of racing the under-15s. Yesterday we saw the Kieran racing taking place. As soon as they'd finished this Kieran, they were up for the qualifying ride of their scratch race. So they're going to go home fit after racing this championships. No two ways about it. Some of the juniors. They head down the back straight. They'll come through into the home straight this time with 14 laps to go. Jack Pentland swings up. Sloan from ACT follows him. Head down the back straight. 3 from WA, 3 from Victoria, 3 from Queensland, and the 2 New South Welshmen. South Australia, ACT and Tassie. It's almost like a big match sprint at the moment, isn't it? No one wants to get out of position. Cam Franks, rider 43. Queenslander, just up around the outside, holding good position of the bunch. Head down the back straight. Morgan from Western Australia. Got him up on the hip at the moment. His teammate Thomas Boudier with the bright orange helmet. Just having a look around, seeing what everyone else is doing. 12 laps to go this time. Great move here from Caleb van der Veen. Caught them all off guard there. There's plenty of room to move. Caleb van der Veen getting chased by his teammate, but you can't blame him. They've got to get points here. Oh, he swings up at the bell. Oh, my goodness, he misread the laps there. Poor old Caleb. He's got his teammate now, Lockie Morgan, heads down the back straight. Morgan now in the box seat for the 5 points. Jack Pentland on his wheel, hanging the wheel nicely as well as they come into the home straight. Nguyen trying to get round. Morgan's going to get himself 5. It wasn't Nguyen, actually, in fact, as they went through. It was Natoli, the Victorian. Then we have a look round. Oh, Caleb van der Veen, what a great move, but he misjudged where the laps were. We'll get the update of the points shortly. Come back together, 9 laps to go. So Lockie Morgan takes the 5, Natoli 3, Parslow gets 2 from Queensland, Jack Pentland gets 1. Those 4 get to breathe a sigh of relief. All they have to do is follow wheels now, and they'll be through to the final. They'll come round this time with 8 laps to go. So important, that first sprint. Now, can Caleb van der Veen recover the legs? A perfect move to start with. Pace has gone out, just what you want when you're trying to recover your legs. No pace on at the front of the bunch. Peter Samuel has a look over the shoulder. He's got Jack Lesky on his wheel as they start to drop back down through the field. If you don't score points, you've got to be up the front for this next sprint. We'll come through this time. Under 15 boys qualifying for the points race. 7 laps to go. Caden Ryan, the Victorian, just swings up ever so slightly. Parslow it is. He's keeping himself through the front of the bike race. He's got points though. He's going to be safe. Once again, they head towards the home straight with 6 laps to go. Boudier, the bright orange helmet, swings up. Has a look down the track. Sees Caden Ryan just setting a good tempo. Once again, we see Caleb Van der Veen. He gets underway a long way from home this time. And try and employ the same tactic. Swings up. A different way of doing turns. Now Thomas Boudier leads through. Going nicely. He's got Cam Franks on his wheel, the Queenslander. 1 or 2 riders all a bit wobbly and a foot pulled out of the stirrups there for the young Queenslander. That was very unlucky. Just 2 riders coming together as they started to try and fight for position there. Just a racing incident, nothing in it, but he's pulled his foot. This is unfortunate. It's so hard to get your foot back in onto a fixed wheel bike. Elliot King doing his best here. Gets it in now. Let's get a big round of applause for Elliot. He's got a chase on his hands. There is time though because they're not going from the front. Elliot King. We'll just talk about the front of the bike race for a while. Jack Pentland goes through. He's already got points. Setting a good tempo as they head down the back straight. Elliot King getting himself back into the mix. We'll come up to get 2 laps to go this time. Remember, quite simply, there's 2 riders going to miss out here. 1 or 2 riders with all of the points just sitting themselves down near the back of the field. Parslow and Morgan. Morgan's fine. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He's got his teammates sort of tapping him, saying to keep up, but he's going to hurt himself here, Caleb Van der Veen, because he's going to miss out. They go into the back straight this time. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria. Samuel moving forward. No, just moving down the back, out of the way. They come into the home straight. Who's going to miss out on points here? We look to the back of the field. One of the West Australians is going to miss out. I think Peter Samuel's going to miss out as well. He hasn't scored points there. Morgan's fine, but the sprint between the 2 West Aussies, Boudier and Van der Veen, one of those will miss out. Didn't quite pick who who won the sprint, but Peter Samuel also just tailed off towards the end there, so I think he might be one of the unlucky ones. Updated points will be on results.auscycling.org.au. So we're looking for the updated sprint placings. We move on to our under-17 boys elimination qualifying. 2 riders are going to miss out in the under-17 boys elimination. Now, this is qualifying for the elimination race, which is going to come later in the day, but this is a straight-out 4-kilometre scratch race to qualify into the elimination. 16 laps of the track. On the fence, we have Felix Crossman, Eli Taylor, Harrison Lace, Mitchell Stretton from Tasmania, Lockie Stewart from Victoria, Will Astridge from ACT, Gabrielle Jacobson from New South Wales. In our sprinters lane, we have Flynn Larkins from Queensland, Tyler Cuniff from South Australia, Liam Underwood from South Australia, Flynn Kessel from Victoria, Matt Christian. How can you make the same mistake twice in 2 days? From WA, Hugo Barnes from New South Wales and Ruben Shepherd from New South Wales as well. The last 2 across the line will not get into the elimination final here this afternoon. Whistle will sound, they'll be underway. 16 laps to go. Forgive me for laughing, I just saw Lockie Stewart get out of the saddle, get ready to launch, because he knows fully well as soon as he moves, the whole bunch will try and follow. Broke the Australian record in the individual pursuit. Ignore the bell, riders. This is a scratch race. Ignore the bell. They head down the back straight. There'll be 1 or 2 nerves just by hearing the bell. That's all right. That'll just wake them up. It's early in the day. They'll come through this time with 14 laps to go. One or 2 nervous riders in there. Not really lining themselves out. They really only have to worry about the last sort of 4 or 5 laps, the way these guys have been racing over the last couple of days. Bit of conversation going on at the front of the bike race between 1 or 2. Quite relaxed. Tyler Cuniff, the South Australian, and Lachlan Stewart. Then Matthew Christian in 4th wheel. As we go back down through the field. Lined out, so a good pace on at this moment. We'll come into the home straight. 12 laps to go. Christian swings up. First national championships for him on the velodrome here. Tasmanian. Looking very strong. Mitchell Stretton. He swings up. Has a look where they are in the rest of the field. The pace goes up down the back straight. This is Felix Crossman, a young man who won the scratch race beautifully the other night. National scratch race champion now, Felix Crossman. New South Wales, Ruben Shepherd swings up. Short, sharp turns now, the order of the day. They're going to come through into the home straight next time with just 9 laps left to go. So much racing on the program for the under-17 and under-15 divisions. They come into the home straight this time, 9 laps. 1 or 2 riders just racing to the front, trying to get themselves into position. Still a huge opportunity to just relax, follow the wheels, get onto a wheel. In this early stage, still 8 laps to go. There's always going to be a gap that opens up and drop in onto the wheel. 2 South Australians swing up. New South Wales down the back straight. Just keeps going on with the pace. It's the next couple of laps where you'll start to see riders not wanting to give an inch. They've still got 7 to go at the moment, so they're not too worried. It's good pace here, though, from the under-17s. Considering the racing they've already done over the first 3 days. Astridge, the ACT rider, goes to the front now. He's got Crossman following him as they'll come into the home straight. Crossman leads through. South Australian up onto his wheel. That's Liam Underwood. South Australians all getting themselves to the front of the bike race. Have 5 laps to go this time. This is where it's going to get a little bit more dicey for holding position. You can see Lachlan Stewart moving himself up around the outside of the bunch. enjoying his riding out there at the moment. You can tell with Lockie Stewart, he's going to get 4 to go when they come through this time. We start to have a look at 1 or 2 riders just hanging near the back. They're the ones who are going to start to be in a little bit of trouble. They need to get themselves into position. Flynn Kessel, the Victorian, last wheel as they head down the back straight. Find a wheel, find a good wheel in that mid-range and follow that wheel all the way through to the finish if you can. It's only the last 2 who are going to miss out here. 3 laps to go this time. Liam Underwood leads. He's got Tyler Cuniff, his teammate, on his wheel. The South Australians having a look over the shoulder, quite happy to ride tempo now. The tempo high enough that they'll see the attacks coming if they want to come, but not hard enough to blow the legs to pieces. The 2 South Australians riding cleverly here on the front as they head down the back straight. Underwood and Cuniff. The charge is coming from behind. One of the New South Wales riders in a bit of strife here as they'll come up to get 1 lap to go. Only 2 are going to miss out. Tasmania and New South Wales in a bit of strife here. Mitchell Stretton, he's in a little bit of trouble to get through. Hugo Barnes from New South Wales is going to miss out. The West Australian, Matt Christensen, going to have to sprint for the line here because Stretton's not far away, but he'll be okay. Stewart goes across, takes it out. The last 2 across the line, the Tasmanian, Mitchell Stretton, and Hugo Barnes, 103, will be the 2 riders not to make the final in the elimination here today. We move on now to heat number 2 of our under-17 boys elimination qualifying. Once again, same as 16 laps of the track. Last 2 riders will not qualify. On the fence line, we welcome Benjamin Cade from South Australia, Lachlan Ermit from Victoria, Jack Panozzo from Victoria, Matteo Boudier from WA, Josh Moore from New South Wales, Cruz Kemps from Queensland, and George Tucker from Queensland. In the sprinters lane, we welcome from South Australia, Ruben Pickering. From Victoria, Omar Kamitsi. From WA, Cooper Dunlop. Harvey Challoner from New South Wales. Luca Zucchiati from New South Wales. Oscar Schoff from Queensland and Hugo Gardin from New Caledonia. That's our field for our second qualifying race of the under-17 boys elimination. No start that time round, just going not quite all together. Commissaire's doing a wonderful job here over the last few days, and as they move into the rest of the week here, the whistle will sound this time because they're all together. 1 or 2, just a little bit excited to get underway for this qualifying ride. The 2 South Australians, Ben Cade and Ruben Pickering, head down the back straight, leading nicely. A little bit more pace on in this one compared to heat number 1 as they go through. Ruben Pickering setting a good tempo as he swings up. Short, sharp turns you would feel are going to be the order of the day from these riders. Just to keep the bunch moving, to get themselves in a good position continuously. Cooper Dunlop comes through, won the sprint championship last night. Got third in the individual pursuit as well, so he's had a good couple of days. We head down the back straight. The pace just drops out this time. Coming to the home straight this time. South Australia on the front. Just setting a gentle tempo. Swings up. The big attack from the Victorian as they head down the back straight this time. And Victoria on the front. Quite happy to keep chasing each other. The under-17 boys. An attack underway here. Jack Panozzo seeing if he can unsettle everybody, seeing if anyone's going to let him just get off the front. But this is under-17 racing. They don't tend to do that in the junior ranks. They'll tend to chase every single time. The elite categories, a little bit different. Somebody gets a good gap, they don't worry about it. They only got to worry about 2 riders missing out. They normally let them go. But in the junior racing, there's an attack we must chase. It's in the handbook. They'll come up to the back of Panozzo now as they've got 9 laps to go. And it's Thomas Boudier in the red helmet. He goes round. Wants to get himself amongst the action. See if he can launch himself off. He's got a couple of people with him. But as soon as that starts to look like a little bit dangerous, the front of the bike race starts to go back out towards them. They fan out across the track. Everyone catches their breath for a moment. Ben Cade swings up. Everyone goes up onto the blue stayers line. As they head down the back straight again this time. The next attack from Ruben Pickering. I've seen Ruben doing a few attacks throughout the last couple of days. Now he moves on to, he's got his teammate Ben Cade setting the tempo on the front of the group as they head down the back straight. Short turns. And Ben Cade finds himself on the front again. Just looping off the front of the group ever so slightly here. Kamitsi from Victoria, he swings up. Queensland swing up with him. They're going to get 5 laps to go when they come into the home straight this time. Ben Cade got a decision to make. Do I keep going here with 5 laps to go, or do I go back and look after my legs? Cooper Dunlop, the new Australian sprint champion, just halfway through the field, riding good position. Cade has a look over the shoulder, riding well within himself. Coming to the home straight this time. 1,000 metres to travel in the qualifying ride. Ben Cade, he looks committed now. Cooper Dunlop has a look over the shoulder. Three laps to go this time. Cade hasn't gotten any further off the front of this group, has he? But they haven't gone out to chase him either. Pickering goes through. 2 laps to go. Cade was doing a nice job just sitting on the front of the group there. He's going to get a lap and a half to go. It's worked out for him now. Pickering's going to be safe. We have a look at the bunch. It's the last 2 riders we're going to be looking at in a lap's time. Pickering comes through. This has worked out for him. Worked out for him nicely. We have a look at the rest of the field as they go through. Dunlop gets himself up into second wheel. The Victorian on the back. Boudier, the West Australian, in trouble. One of the Victorians has lost contact, so he's going to miss out this time. The West Australian looking for a way through, and he's got a way through too nicely here. It's the last rider. Possibly Queensland up round the top has missed out. George Tucker would be the rider for mine, but and also the Victorian going across the line there. But we'll go to results.auscycling.org.au to be able to work out who has missed out. Unofficially, it looked like George Tucker and a little bit of strife as the second to last rider there. And unfortunately, one of our Victorian riders as well, who was quite animated in the race earlier on, Jack Panozzo, he'll miss out on qualifying for the elimination final. Now on to 17s. They'll come off the track, catch their breath, get ready for the finals to come in a little while. And we'll be moving back on to our repechages of our women's elite sprint. We welcome our riders up onto the track for the first repechage, the elite women's sprint. From Western Australia, we welcome rider number 28 is Christine Perkins. From Victoria, rider number 30 is Ning Chen. And from Queensland is Molly McGill. The winner goes through to the quarterfinals. Christine Perkins has drawn front spot. She'll lead away. Molly McGill is the meat and the sandwich here. She's in second place from Queensland. And then Ning Chen. 3 up sprinting. So exciting. And you've got the 3 riders on the track. There's Perkins that leads into the home straight. So much more to look out for when you've got 3 riders on the track. Got to watch your pace at the front. Second rider. Having a good look over the shoulder at the third rider here as they go down the back straight. Pace building down the back straight. This is what you've got to watch out for. McGill up round the outside of Perkins. Perkins now gets up to speed. She hasn't really got sight of Ning Chen at the moment as they go into 200. Perkins, though, puts herself in a good position, but look at the pace from the Queenslander up round the outside. Molly McGill trying to get up round the outside of Perkins, but Perkins is too strong. Going to ride them both off here. Good ride from the front there from Christine Perkins. She'll find herself in the quarterfinals. We move on to the next of our repechages here in the elite women's sprint. We welcome our riders onto the track. New South Wales rider number 3 is Maya Dillon. Number 13 from South Australia, Bree Hargrave, has drawn the front spot. And the other South Australian, rider 15, is Chloe Moran. This is quite a stacked group of 3 here, all capable of winning this one. Moran has put herself to the front spot, coming back from more of an endurance background, getting up into the sprint ranks now. Brianna Hargrave, so many times a national champion in the team sprint at the elite ranks. She leads down the back straight. Pace goes up. Maya Dillon looking for a way round. Not making the most of the opportunity here. She's going to put herself up into the box, so she's going to have to wait for Chloe Moran to move now before she can do anything about trying to come past. Just gets caught under the wheel a little bit. The two South Australians down the back straight, shoulder to shoulder. Maya Dillon's just out of sorts here, not being able to follow the wheel round. A good strong ride here from Chloe Moran up round the outside of Brianna Hargrave. Now Dillon gets out, and she misses out by half a wheel. Definitely had the speed, just couldn't get herself in the right position. So Chloe Moran will get into the quarterfinals. A good ride for her as she moves into the sprint rankings. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, we've got a 30-minute break here now at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Everyone in the Anna Meares Velodrome, we're on a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 12:30. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to everyone in the stadium, welcome back to all of our friends on the AusCycling YouTube channel. We'll be getting underway very shortly with the next part of our program here today, which will be our Elite Men Individual Pursuit Qualifying. To welcome our first competitor out onto the track, heat number 1, rider number 61. This is Lawson Fransman from Victoria. So the Victorian Lawson Fransman, first rider to get underway. Toughest job in cycling, heat 1. No competitor to go against, everything against the stopwatch. Fairly simple format, 7 heats in all today. The fastest 2 riders, they'll go through to the gold medal ride-off. The 3rd and 4th fastest riders, they will ride for the bronze medal. Good field of riders that we have here today. Luke Rickett and Caleb Antle will go in heat 2. Dylan Proctor-Parker and Ed Marks will go in heat 3. Jack Dola and Leo Zimmerman will go from heat 4. Declan Tresice and Will Cooper in heat 5. Then we have John Carter versus Rowan Hayden-Smith in heat number 6. Then James Moriarty and Noah Blannon will go from heat number 7. And defending champion Connor Lay not here this year, giving the National Track Championships a miss. Sticking to his road racing, a number of our elite teams pursuit squad and track endurance riders heading to the road a little bit earlier this year after the Pro Velo Super League. And also, of course, the success in Paris last year. A number of our riders have opted to wholly and solely be on the road this year. giving a great opportunity for the next string of riders to be able to put themselves in front of the national selectors. Lawson Franzman setting a good tempo out there at the moment. Going to try and set the fastest time he possibly can do, regardless of where he ends up in the standings. Because the Australian teams pursuit team just took the gold medal with a new lineup at the most recent Nations Cup just a couple of weeks ago. Completely different lineup from what we had at the Paris Olympics. So great depth of talent in the ranks for the Australian endurance squad. 2:15 through the first 2,000 metres here for Franzman. Moving quite nicely. Come round next time and receive 6 laps to go. One of the big differences we've seen in individual pursuing and in sprinting for that matter is just the difference in gear ratios nowadays. For those of you who haven't ridden individual pursuit, that quite simply think of the biggest gear you've got on your bike at home, your mountain bike or your road bike. And we're not far off that for the gears they start to ride now in the individual pursuit, which of course has totally and utterly changed the times over the last decade that can be done. Times that were never thought of in teams pursuiting, now being done by individual pursuiters. 3:23 for Franzman as he goes through. Sitting himself around about a 3:30 pace, 4:30 pace at the moment. Franzman will come through this time with 1 lap to go. Trying to get himself inside that 4:30 area, looking more around the 4:32 mark at the moment as he'll come into the home straight. Lawson Franzman for Victoria. Going to set our first time here for individual qualifying, 4:32.789 for Lawson. We welcome heat number 2 out onto the track now. In the back straight, we welcome the rider from the ACT. This is Caleb Antle. And in the home straight from Queensland, we welcome Luke Rickett. Away now for heat number 2. A bit of a contest now between Luke Rickett and Caleb Antle. 4:32.789, the time of Franceman. Awesome Franceman. He's got his ride out the way for the day. See where these two young riders can do here as they go round. Try and set themselves up to the fastest they can do here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. With the likes of Moriarty in the field, the time is going to be a lot closer down to around the 4:10 mark to make the gold medal final here. That'll be the there and thereabouts marker. The ACT rider just got the little bit better of the Queenslander for now. We'll see how they're travelling through the first 1,000 metres shortly. Half a lap to go for both of them to get back to that starting point. ACT rider goes through. 1:09.295, 1:10 for Luke Rickett. Franzman went through 2,000 metres and around the 2:15 mark. That will give us an indication of how these two are travelling against that first time of 32. Ansel out to a nice handy lead over the top of the Queenslander now. The ACT rider heads to the back straight. 9 laps to go for him. Gets himself out to a nice handy lead. There's a couple of seconds in front of the Queenslander. A little bit further and he'll get to a situation where he just starts to pick up the tail end of the Queenslander as he leaves the straight that he's entering. 2:13.965. So the fastest time out on track at the moment for Caleb. Setting himself at around about the 4:30 pace, one would think, judging by that first 2,000 metres. Luke Rickett just adjusting himself in the saddle, just pushing himself back in the saddle a little bit, showing the position on the bike just a little bit uncomfortable. Caleb Ansel just starting to bob up and down ever so slightly from the effort. He's got 5.5 laps now to go as he comes into the home straight. He's got Rickett in his sights now. The pace not dissimilar to each other here as Ansel got out to a much faster start over the first kilometre. Now he's going to have the full advantage of being able to chase Luke Rickett over this last 1,000 metres. We'll have a look at where he is as he goes across 3,000 metres. 3:18. So looking around the 27 mark possibly. So riding very nicely, Ansel. He's ridden a nice journey through that the next 2.5, 3 kilometre range. Now he starts to really lift as he gets up to the back of Luke Rickett. So really finishing off well here with 2.5 laps to go. The man from the ACT will come through his finishing straight with 2 laps to go now. Goes through 3:49. So looking at the time, probably around about the 3:24-25 mark. The way he's moving, he's not slowing down at all. You would even say that he's picked up pace after he caught Rickett there. Nice piece of riding here. Going to be the short 20s here. Around the 23, 22, 23 as he gets quicker and quicker. Hasn't slowed down at all here. Nice ride here from the man from the ACT. 4:20 in the end, if you don't mind. He got faster and faster over the 3,000 and then all the way through to the 4,000. 4:20. Be happy with that time. Luke Rickett will come through and he will stop the clock. 4:35.386. We move on to heat number 3 now. We welcome the back straight from the ACT, Edward Marks, and in the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Dylan Proctor-Parker. Underway for heat number 3. Quickest time so far, Caleb Antle, 4:20.865. By far the quickest of our first little group of riders. Two very good bike riders out on track now, Dylan Proctor-Parker and Ed Marks. Interested to see how these guys can go. That I've seen the track is reasonably quick out there today with the ride of Caleb. So to make the gold medal ride, you'll be looking around the 4:10 mark though, if not quicker, with James Moriarty, John Carter and so forth in the field here today. Ed Marks moving nicely down the back straight here. Controlled start from both riders. Get the big gears going, settle in. .110, 1:11. So nothing super outstanding in the first 1,000 metres. Very controlled start from both riders. However, as we've seen with the tactics and the pursuing over the years, the bigger the gear the rider uses, the quicker they start to get, the quicker they'll start to negative split their rides as they go through. And 9.5 laps to go for both riders as they go through the pursuit line there. Dylan Proctor-Parker just moving a little bit quicker at the moment than the rider from the ACT. Travelling the second fastest and fourth fastest out on track at the moment. So inside the 4:30 range, but outside that of the 4:20 for the moment for both riders. And Dylan Proctor-Parker, coach quite happy with the pace that he's doing, 2:14 as he goes through his first 2,000 metres. 2:13 is where Caleb Antle was, so Proctor-Parker's there and thereabouts nicely. If he can lift that little bit more over this next 5 or 6 laps, really keep himself amongst it. Ed Marks not quite on the pace of his opponent at this stage. Looking for a big finish from him. Dylan Proctor-Parker moving nicely, still the second quickest out on track. Not slowing down at all, and we definitely saw an improvement in pace from Caleb Antle in his ride. He definitely lifted when he was able to catch Luke Rickett, and really, as soon as that happened, just went quicker and quicker over the last few laps. 4.5 laps to go for Dylan Proctor-Parker. We'll have a look and see where he is at 3,000 metres in the home straight, see where his time starts to sit around. 3:19 for him at the moment. Just trailing outside the time of Caleb Antle, but well inside the time of everyone else before him at the moment. Ed Marks not quite up onto the pace that we've seen him in before in previous years. Dylan Proctor-Parker heads down the back straight. Going to use Marks as a carrot now to chase out after. Hasn't really changed his style or his position, been pedalling beautifully throughout this one. The Victorian will get 2 laps to go. Going okay too here. Look, could be short, 22, 23 at the moment. Really moving nicely. He's going to come round, get 1 lap to go now, the Victorian. Comes through, 4:08. Has to catch Ed Marks, probably going to be more around 24-25 as he goes through the last half lap. Into the home straight, this time the Victorian. We'll see where he stops the clock. 23-24, 24.982 for Dylan Proctor-Parker. Second quickest time so far. Ed Marks will go to the back straight and he will stop the clock. 4:34.391. We move on to our next heat now, heat number 4. We welcome in the back straight the rider from South Australia. This is Leo Zimmerman. In the home straight from WA, this is Jack Dola. Great support in the home straight here for Jack Dola. These are the junior championships over the last few days. So a number of the juniors still in the grandstand. So there'll be a bit of noise in this one. The South Australian team has been very supportive of all their riders all week long, as are the WA guys and girls. .4:20, the quickest time of the day so far. And that is for the rider from the ACT, Caleb Antle. Zimmerman, nice aerodynamic position, head tucked down in between his arms as he heads down the back straight. Nice flat back. Dola, a little bit of a smaller rider, still very aero on the bike. We'll come round to the end of their first 1,000 metres here. We'll get an idea of how they're travelling. Jack Dola and Zimmerman. Dola 109.4, Zimmerman 109.3. So that's there and thereabouts of where we have seen everybody so far today. They've got themselves up around the Caleb Antle time at the moment through that first 1,000 metres. Of course, our endurance riders, our track endurance riders, a real mix of road racing and track cycling during the summer this year, thanks to the Pro Velo Super League. Nothing between these two. Both have been performing nicely on the national scene for several years. Jack Dola was part of the winning West Australian Teams Pursuit team last year here. So already a national champion in that. Leo Zimmerman also has represented South Australia in winning Teams Pursuit teams over the years through junior ranks and moving forward. We'll see how they are at halfway. 2:13 for each of the riders here. Getting themselves travelling up inside the time of Caleb Antle at the moment, but it's this next kilometre and a half that really makes a difference for the individual pursuiters. This is where they find out whether they can really pursuit or not. They need to lift their pace over the next 6 laps and really try and get as low down the double digits they possibly can. 6 laps to go that time for Jack Dola as he went through the home straight. Leo Zimmerman hasn't changed the position on the bike at all. Still looking very smooth. Dola getting the edge on him at the moment as he comes into the home straight. Just going out to just over a second's lead here for Dola over the top of Zimmerman. 4.5 laps to go, but Zimmerman lifting a little bit, being asked just for a little bit more from the coach in the back straight. 1,000 metres to go now. 3:18, 3:19. Similar time through that 3,000 metres to what we saw of Dylan Proctor-Parker. He went through in a 4:24. Just trailing the time a little bit of that of Caleb Antle. Just goes to show what a good ride his was at the start of the day. Sitting around the 24 pace, these two at the moment. They're going to come through with 500 metres to go in their qualifying ride here. Zimmerman has come back beautifully, looking around the 3:24, 3:23 pace. Dola around the 24:25 as they go through the lap and a half to go. Zimmerman still looking smooth, shoulders not rocking, head not moving. It's always a good sign. He'll go through with 1 lap to go. Looking around the 24 pace, Dola around the 25. Zimmerman trying to lift, get himself inside 24 here if he can. Seems to be doing a good job of it. He'll head towards the back straight. Leo Zimmerman is going to take this heat and he'll stop the clock. 4:24, Jack Dola will come in. 4:26 in the end for Dola, but a 4:24.671 for Leo Zimmerman. Welcome our next heat out onto the track now. In the back straight, we welcome from New South Wales, Will Cooper. In the home straight from Queensland, we welcome Declan Trezise. Both riders away nicely from the starting gates. 4:20, fastest time so far with Caleb Ansell from the ACT. Then we go back through the list. Leo Zimmerman sits in second for now, 4:24.67. Then Dylan Parker-Proctor, 4:24.9. And the fourth fastest at the moment is Jack Dola. Top 4 will race for medals. Gold and silver will be the fastest 2 riders. And then the 3rd and 4th will race for the bronze medal. And Declan Trezise out to a quick start against Will Cooper here. Another couple of riders who have been doing a lot more road cycling over this summer than normal with the Pro Velo League. Of course, that series ended on Sunday with the Q Tour. It seemed to be quite successful. Anyone who was able to get down to South Bank, it was good fun there on Friday night watching the Criterium last week. TV coverage was excellent. Aerial shots of the Criterium racing looked very Singapore Grand Prix-esque. So they definitely did it right with the lighting for the TV shots. Anyway, Trezise moving very nicely here. Comes into the home straight. 10 laps to go for Declan. quickest time out on track at the moment for the young Queenslander. Trying to get himself right up as close into that top 4 as he possibly can here. It'll be interesting to see how one or two of these track endurance riders go. It's basically a road season of legs. Their legs in a road season situation always tend to be that little bit stronger. Legs are a little bit harder. There's not all of them. There's a huge amount on the road. 2:11, beautifully done. 2:11 at the moment for Declan Trezise. Keeping in mind the fastest we've seen through the 2,000 metres so far has been around the 2:13. So to try Trezise moving nicely. Setting himself around the 15-16 mark at the moment, the way he's moving. He's going to come into the home straight this time and receive 6 laps to go for the Queenslander. Still the fastest time, well and truly out on track. Let's see how he goes over this last part of the journey. Really got to dig in. 5 to go for Trezise. So he's travelling about 4 seconds quicker to where Caleb Antill was at the time. And now comes through with 1,000 metres to go. 3:13, so if you can get this nailed, he's going to be around the 15 pace, 15-16 pace for Declan Trezise. He's got to get himself up round the outside of his opponent here in Will Cooper, because he's going to catch him. Just starting to rock and roll ever so slightly, Declan Trezise. Get the run off the banking as he goes past his opponent. Hasn't flicked up round the outside like we've seen before. So a little bit hard work there for him. 2 laps to go when he comes through this time, the Queenslander. Possibly just got held up that little bit by going around Will Cooper. He'll come up to get 1 lap to go now. Just falling off that pace ever so slightly. More around the 16-17 pace now as he heads down the back straight. He's a very fast road sprinter. He's trying to lift his way all the way around this track. Declan Trezise is going to come in and set the fastest time of the day so far. He'll stop the clock. 4:16.608 for Declan Trezise. Goes to top of the leaderboard for now. Will Cooper heads his way down the back straight. He's going to finish off, being asked for a little bit more from the coach. 4:27.710 for the New South Welshman. Our next heat out onto the track, we welcome in the back straight from Queensland. It's his Rowan Hayden-Smith. And the home straight from Western Australia is John Carter. So the fastest time of the day so far, 4:16.608, Declan Trezise. Second fastest, Caleb Antill now from the ACT, 4:20.865. Then we've got Leo Zimmerman still sitting in third, 24.67. And now we have Dylan Parker Proctor sitting in fourth place on 4:24.982. This is the second to last heat of our individual pursuits, so we expect this to go towards the seeding very much so, and expecting a quicker time from these two from what we've seen so far. It's not to underestimate the time of Declan Trezise, though. A very talented cyclist. 4:16 might be more of a go-to time. But a great start here from Rowan Hayden-Smith. Got out to a very quick start. We'll see where he is through the first 1,000 metres as he heads down the back straight. He'll go across 1:08. John Carter goes through 1:09. So they're the sort of starting times that we have seen all the way through. 2,000 metres will be the next one. 2:11 is what we've seen in 2,000 metres from Declan Trezise, to give us an idea of how well these riders are travelling throughout their journey. Hayden-Smith just starting to get reeled in a little bit here by John Carter. Still leads though. When they come back to their start-finish points next time, they'll be through halfway, the 2,000 metre mark. We'll get a better understanding of how they're moving. Hayden-Smith, halfway point now as he goes across. 2:10.69, 2:11. So both riders there and thereabouts for the time that Declan Trezise was able to do. So I'd suggest that both riders are sitting around a 4:15 schedule is what the coaches have got them sitting on, which means they're basically starting in 1:8.19, then trying to go on a flying kilometre of around 1:2. We'll come into the start-finish points for each other this time a lot closer. John Carter still with a little bit of work to do to try and reel in Rowan Hayden-Smith here. Neither rider looks like they're under any trouble. They haven't started rocking and rolling. Rowan Hayden-Smith is rock solid. Head not moving, shoulders not moving. John Carter just keeps putting the head up a little bit every now and then to just get a bit more of a bearing of where he is. 4.5 laps to go for these two. Rowan Hayden-Smith is doing a nice ride. Heads down the back straight, 3,000 metres, 3:13 to both riders. Now Carter getting a little bit closer here. And both on target to get themselves just inside the time of Declan Trezise, but they are going to have to finish off with a bang. The Queenslander still leads the West Australian. Fastest time out on track now for Rowan Hayden-Smith. John Carter going to be looking to use his big sprint finish to bring himself back up to the top of the leaderboard here. Hayden-Smith crosses the line of the back straight. Nothing between the two of them. 0.25 of a second is all it is now as Carter trying to bring himself home. Carter very fast in the finish, but every Queenslander I know is fast in the finish on this velodrome. They're locked together. Second and third, quickest time at the moment. They've really got to lead themselves through this last lap with a lot of pressure because the time of Declan Trezise may just elude them here. Carter looks like he's finishing the stronger of the two. They go to the line. Carter, 4:17.013, just in front of Hayden-Smith, 4:17.08 or 9. Carter got up there in the end, but both riders less than 0.5 of a second behind the time of Declan Trezise. So Declan Trezise is going to ride for a medal here today. We'll find out in one heat's time what colour that's going to be that he's going to be racing for. We move on now to heat number 7, our final heat of the elite men individual pursuit qualifying. We welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland, this is Noah Blannon. In the home straight, also representing Queensland, is James Moriarty. So talked about being around about the 4:10 place for these riders to be up into the gold medal final. We've got 4:16.60 so far. So the good news for these guys is if they've got a 4:10 or faster in their legs, they don't necessarily need to use it here. They can ride to the schedule, try and make sure they're both inside that time of 4:16.608 here. Use a little bit of tactics with their riding. Because James Moriarty was the reserve rider at Paris last year with the Olympic team. The Olympics before that, it was Connor Lay. Connor Lay got himself up into the team, won the gold medal. So plenty to look forward to over the next 4 years for James Moriarty in the team's pursuit situation of the Australian team. We'll see how he's travelling through this first 1,000 metres. 1:07.081, 1:08 for Noah Blannon, the fastest two starts we've seen here today. So Moriarty has already got himself into a situation of trying to get as close down to around that 4:10 mark. He'll want to be trying to establish himself as the #1 pursuiter in Australia here this week, James Moriarty. A number of riders have moved on to the road, won't be coming back to the track, and then of course 1 or 2 riders just missing from this national championships, 2 years out from the Commonwealth Games, 4 years out from the Olympic Games. A good time for riders to establish themselves. Just the one Nations Cup event this year throughout the world, but that is looking to become a much bigger contest in 2026. As I've just heard the announcement that the UCI Track League is no longer. There's going to be a lot more effort put into the Nations Cup by the UCI. Moriarty goes through his first 2,000 metres in 2:06. He is really moving here. We talked about 4:10. Moriarty is on a schedule to get himself in single digits here in this individual pursuit qualifying. At the moment, he's sitting around the 4:08 pace, 4:09, so he's on some form here. But Noah Blannon, even though it looks like he's getting caught by James Moriarty, he is doing the second quickest time out on track here. Moriarty moving nicely. Big opportunity here to take the Australian Championship, get himself possibly the quickest time ever seen in the individual pursuit championship as well today. He'll come into the home straight. Noah Blannon just falling off the pace a little bit. 1,000 metres to go this time for James Moriarty as he comes through. What does the clock tell us? 3:06.949. Great riding here from James Moriarty. Two laps to go when he comes in this time. James Moriarty, let's get behind James as he's moving really nicely now. How quick can he really get going around this track? James Moriarty, the national record is 4:07, done on this track by Connor Lay. Moriarty comes through, receives the bell. 4:07.356 is the national record. Moriarty just coming up to the back of his teammates, back wheel here into the home straight. Look at the scoreboard. James Moriarty, 4:08.113, just outside of the national record here this afternoon. Noah Blannon will go down the back straight, finish off with the second quickest time. So that will be the gold medal ride a little bit later on today. And Declan Trezise will meet John Carter for the bronze medal ride. But put your hands together for James Moriarty, ladies and gentlemen. The national record of Connor Lay, 4:07.356. James Moriarty, 4:08.113 here this afternoon. A fantastic start. We move on now to the first of our finals here today, ladies and gentlemen. This event 96 on our program, the under-17 girls time trial, 500 metres. We welcome our first rider out onto the track in the home straight from Tasmania. This is Sunny McKeon. Nicely out of the starting gate there for the Tasmanian, Sunny McKeon. First rider on track. Trying to set a PB here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. Get the bike up to full speed, sit down, and then pedal the gear as fast and hard as you possibly can. Very simple tactic in the 500 metre time trial. And bell will sound. First start lap, 24.622 for the young rider from Tassie. Nice and smooth down the back straight. She'll come through the final bend now. Sunny McKeon's going to set her time. This is a final, no qualifying. And the Tasmanian will stop the clock. 44.102 for the under-17 time trial. We move on to heat number 2 now. We welcome in the back straight the Victorian rider, Nicola Morris, and her opponent in the home straight from New South Wales is Erin Prince. Away in the home straight and the back straight. Both came out of the gates very nicely. Get the bike up to top speed. At 2/3 of the way down the straight, that's when you sit down and just sit down and pedal with everything you possibly can. Big start there from the Victorian Nicola Morris. Stayed out of the saddle a very long time. Erin Prince, 22.51, quickest start. Putting on a good ride here, Prince, as she heads down the back straight. The New South Wales rider will come into the home straight, setting the fastest time she possibly can. She'll come up and stop the clock, 39.667. Nicola Morris goes across, 42.580. First and second so far. Erin Prince puts herself in the hot seat, 39.667 for the New South Wales rider. Our officials moving the riders through this starting procedure very swiftly indeed. We welcome our next heat out onto the line. This is heat number 3. In the back straight, we welcome from Queensland, Sienna Monteith. And in the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Addison Tor. Away nicely out of the starting gate, both riders. No hassle whatsoever. He's going to get up to speed quicker out of these two. They go through this time. The Victorian slightly ahead there, 22.704 for the start. Nothing between them though. Monteith coming back nicely here, the Queenslander. They'll come round to their start-finish points. They'll go to the line. Second and third fastest, Sienna Monteith goes to number 2, 39.97. Addison Tor, 40.20. Erin Prince stays in the hot seat for a bit longer. Move on to heat number 4 now. Welcome in the back straight representing New South Wales. This is Alexis Phillips. In the home straight representing South Australia is Sophia Baker. Baker away in the home straight, moving nicely. Alexis Phillips, New South Wales rider, will join us in the home straight now, getting the bike up to speed. Baker a little bit quicker out of the start here. Sophia Baker into the home straight. Looks like the fastest first lap we've seen so far. Very much so, 21.608 for Baker, the South Australian, moving nicely down the back straight here. Phillips really starting to pick up the pace now as she goes through the last part of her journey, but Baker into the home straight, going to stop the clock, 39.099, top time so far. Alexis Phillips really got going, 39.902 for her, so Sophia Baker goes to the top of the leaderboard for now. Heat number 5, ready to go. In the back straight, we welcome from New South Wales, Lucy Allen. In the home straight from Queensland, we welcome April Paddy. Heat number 5 underway. April Paddy from Queensland in the home straight, getting herself away nicely. The New South Wales rider entering the home straight now. Lucy Allen, nothing between these two over the first half lap. They both sit down nicely now. Getting on top of the gear. Paddy ever so slightly quicker over the first lap there. They both trail the top time of Baker, the South Australian, for now. We'll see how they move over the last part of the journey. The Queenslander still slightly ahead. She'll come into the home straight now. Paddy, where can she stop the clock? Getting quicker, 39.256. Second quickest time for Paddy at this moment. Lucy Allen, 40.46. Heat number 6 coming to the line now and readying themselves for their 500-metre time trial. We welcome the back straight the South Australian rider, Isabella Blackwell. And in the home straight from Western Australia, we welcome Ava Rogers. Nicely out of the starting gate there in the home straight for the young West Aussie. Also for the South Australian as they get their bikes up to speed. Nothing really between the two of them over that first half lap. Blackwell, the South Australian, Rogers from Western Australia. They'll come round for their first lap now. Rogers quickest, second quickest time for now, moving nicely. Heads down the back straight. She'll get stronger as this ride goes on. Rogers riding away from the South Australian at the moment into the home straight. Where's she going to stop the clock? Ava Rogers, 39.162. Gets herself the second quickest for now. Isabella Blackwell, 40.435. Move on to heat number 7 now. We welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland. This is Isabella Potts. In the home straight, representing Victoria, Shavi Tinksali. Both riders away nicely. Victorian on the BT bike, deep dish wheels, looks magnificent. Isabella Potts moving nicely, quicker over the first half lap. Very slippery down the back straight here from Potts, moving nicely. Second quickest standing start we've seen so far. She's a great pursuit of this young one as she comes in with half a lap to go. Isabella Potts moving nicely. Can she get herself up into the number one spot? Got to get inside 39 seconds if she can. She's going to 38.453 for Isabella Potts. She'll go to number one for now. 41.01 for Shavi Tungsali, but Isabella Potts will go into the hot seat. Heat number 8 now comes out onto the track. We welcome in the back straight representing Western Australia. This is Viana Najafian. In the home straight representing Victoria. This is Billy Russell. Najafian away in the back straight. Russell moving nicely here, away from the starting gate. The Victorian, they head down to the halfway point. Najafian start just a little bit quicker. Now she'll get on with the business. She was fourth in the individual sprint. She won the team sprint with her team. Nothing between the two. Najafian just a little bit quicker, but it's not even a flick of the fingers between these two riders, and Billy Russell is underway now. They'll go through with half a lap to go. Najafian and Russell, this could be the two quickest times so far today. They go to the line. 37.97 for Billy Russell, goes to the top of the leaderboard. Third fastest for Najafian, 38.743. Good ride from both. Our penultimate heat just coming out onto the line. Just 4 riders to go. Billy Russell leads the way on 37.973. Then Isabella Potts on 38.45. Viana Najafian 38.74. They're the top 3 as we call it. We welcome our next heat onto the line, and we welcome in the back straight. The rider has taken 3 bronze medals already this week from WA. This is Sienna Tinkler. And her opponent in the home straight from New South Wales is Jenna Gallagher. Second to last heat underway. Gallagher been going very nicely here this week. Been very competitive, been on the podium. Sienna Tinkler, third in the pursuit, third in the team's pursuit, third in the individual sprint. It's better every time she gets on the bike, but have a look at the start of Gallagher here, really moving nicely. Fastest start we've seen so far, inside 21 seconds for Jenna Gallagher. Sienna Tinkler needs to lift over this last half, going very nicely though. She won't slow down, the pursuiter, but Jenna Gallagher setting the fastest time here as she comes up, stops the clock. 37.640 for Gallagher. Tinkler, 37.83, the top two times so far. So Gallagher is assured of a medal. Sienna will go back and have to watch this final heat to see where she ends up. Top two times so far. We welcome our final heat out onto the track. In the back straight, please welcome from Western Australia, this is Maddie Pitt. And in the home straight, representing Queensland, Ava Robbins. Absolutely perfect in the home straight there from Ava Robbins. Timed to perfection the way she came out of the starting gate. Maddie Pitt moving nicely as she comes into the home straight. There's not going to be much between them. I'd say it was the technique of just coming out of the starting gate there from the Queenslander, the difference. Moving nicely now with a clear lead over the top of the West Australian. Quickest start so far. Ava Robbins nearly half a second faster than everyone else we've seen thus far. Maddie Pitt coming back to her though, if she can. Ava Robbins will come into the home straight. She's going to set the fastest time. She stops the clock, 36.918. Maddie Pitt gets herself into second, 37.606, which will put Jenna Gallagher back to third place for now. Another national championship there for Ava Robbins. Another medal for Maddie Pitt and Jenna Gallagher. Another bronze medal here this week. Great riding from our under-17 junior women. So we move back to our elite women's sprint event now. This is the ride-off for 9th versus 10th. We welcome onto the track from Queensland, Molly McGill, and her opponent from New South Wales is Maya Dillon. Molly McGill leads away. She drew front spot. This is for 9th versus 10th position for the championship. Maya Dillon was the quicker of the two qualifiers, so she sits technically in 9th at the moment. But, whoever wins this one will go down in the record books of 9th or 10th. Just another opportunity for our riders to race here. Just keeping a good eye on where Maya Dillon is. She's a little bit unlucky the way she rode in the 3-up. Maya got herself caught under the wheel rather than just trying to get out of the box. Didn't get to use all of her speed in her repechage. But she'll be better for the experience here. First elite championships. We head down the back straight. Molly McGill leads the way. Gonna have to keep a good eye on what Maya can do from here. They'll come up to receive the bell this time. Dillon high on the track. McGill leading. Starts to build up pace out of the saddle. Having a look over the shoulder at Dillon. Dillon a little bit quicker though. Gets up to the outside, then thinks twice about it as McGill gets underway. So instead of being able to get into the slipstream, it's going to become a drag race between the two. McGill a little bit too strong through the bend there in front of Dillon. And McGill will go through for the 9th place finish in the Sprint Championship. We now welcome the ride-off of 11, 12 and 13. South Australia is Brianna Hargrave. Number 29 from Victoria is Ruby McLean, and Ning Chen from Victoria also. Three-up sprinting again at its best as they roll away. Ruby McLean leads the way. She's our 13th qualifier, so the first time we've seen Ruby in the match sprinting today, as only the top 12 qualified for round number 1. Ning Chen now puts herself in first spot. And Brianna Hargraves sees the advantage of that as well. Repositions herself to the front of this group of 3 as they'll come through with 3 to go. A lot of action, more action in a 3-up than just in the regular 2-up. Ruby McLean, Brie Hargrave up on the outside. Now Ning Chen taking full advantage, picks up the pace as they start to come towards the home straight. This time, Ning Chen leads through. Brianna Hargrave, thankful for the lead out as she goes up round the outside. A bit of work to do. She'll get the run off the banking down the back straight against Ning Chen. Chen fighting back nicely though, but Brianna Hargrave a little bit too fast, too strong. She's going to come into the home straight and she'll finish 11th here. Ruby McLean will get herself up from 13th to 12th, and Ning Chen will finish in 13th spot. So we move on to the next of our finals here today, and it will be our under-17 boys time trial final over 500 metres. Clear the track of our riders, and before we bring the starting gate up for our first rider, just one rider on the track for the first heat. It will be one of our New Caledonia riders, Enzo Martirejo. 14 heats in all, looking to a good contest. Welcome in the home straight, the rider from New Caledonia. This is Enzo Martirejo. He'll be the rider to try and set the fastest time of the day in this first heat. Enzo away nicely out of the blocks there, nice and smooth. They've gone okay, the New Caledonia riders in the under-17 boys. Been very smooth in their time trialling and sprinting qualifications. Gone well in the bunch racing as well. They don't have the indoor velodrome in New Caledonia. They do have a track, but it is quite an old one now. 333 outdoor concrete track. Enzo's going to come into the home straight this time. He's going to stop the clock. Nice time, 35.749. Nice time to get us underway there from the man from New Caledonia. Heat number 2 now up onto the track. Welcome in the back straight, representing Victoria. This is Lachlan Trenton. In the home straight, representing New Caledonia, this is Chad Charay. Smooth, both riders out of the starting gate. They're so well drilled, these young riders, in the starting gate process. No panicking, no going before the gun, just beautifully away. And look at the speed of the man from New Caledonia. He is absolutely flying through this first lap. 19.662 for a first lap there from the man from New Caledonia. Trenton starting to lift though, the big Victorian really starting to move nicely over this second part of the journey. Not going to be too much between them when they hit the line. 35.441, 35.725. And Sheree gets himself to the top of the leaderboard for now. Move on now to heat number 3. We welcome in the back straight representing Tasmania. This is Mitchell Stretton. In the home straight representing New Caledonia. This is Hugo Gardin. Good start from both riders at this time. Nice to see Will out of the blocks, not Mitchell out of the nicely this time. A bit of trouble with the team sprint. We'll come through first lap. 4th and 5th fastest times at the moment. Bit of work to do over the second part of the journey, but nothing wrong with their starts. Gardin comes into the home straight. He's going to finish off his time, 36.912, 37.8 for Mitch Stretton. They're not going to affect the top 3 placings at the moment. So Chad Sheree, New Caledonia, he sits top of the leaderboard, 35.441. We move on to our next heat. We welcome in the back straight our Queenslander, George Tucker. His opponent in the home straight from the ACT, this is Will Astridge. Away in the home and back straight here, Queensland versus ACT in this heat. Let's see if these riders can affect the time of Chad Teray. 35.441 is the time to beat at the moment. George Tucker, Will Astridge, both moving nicely. A little bit off the pace though for the first lap. Tucker buries the head in the home straight. Astridge trying to go with him down the back straight now. Tucker looking strong through the last part of this lap. He's going to come up and stop the clock. 36.850, 37.99 for Will Astridge. In the back straight, we now welcome the next of our Queenslanders. This is Oliver Jordan. In the home straight, we welcome Joshua Moore. Josh Moore away very nicely in the home straight here. New South Wales rider. Shot out of the starting gate. Jordan moving very nicely as well, but Moore just really came away like it wasn't even locked into it. He comes into the home straight. This time, the New South Wales rider. How's his first lap going to be? Both riders just off the pace of what we've seen so far. The first three we saw were very quick indeed. Moore leads. Jordan coming back to him though, trying to get as close to him as he possibly can as they go back to their start-finish points. Moore just in front of Jordan. 37.4 to 37.46, just 0.03 between the two. Good finish off there from the Queenslander. But they do not affect the time at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Then we've got 3:35s, 35.441, Chad Terade. Trenton from Victoria, 35.72. Then Monterrey on 35.74. We welcome heat number 6 out onto the track now in the back straight. We welcome Cruz Kemps. In the home straight from New South Wales, we welcome Ruben Shepherd. Nicely away, both riders again. Seen some great technique from these junior riders out of the starting gates. It shows they're well drilled in their training here. Really rocking and rolling the bike from side to side here. Cruz Kemps gets it up to speed nicely though. We'll see how they are through the first lap. Nothing between the two. 4th and 8th at the moment. Shepherd just trails ever so slightly. Cruz Kemps inside 21, moving along nicely. Still just slightly in front of the New South Wales rider. Trying to get themselves around the 36 mark if they can here. The New South Wales rider really lifting. 36.870 for Cruz Kemps, 36.92 for Ruben Shepherd. New Caledonia rider Chad Terade still sits in the hot seat. Nice time. 35.441. If you've ever ridden a 500 metre time trial, I can guarantee you if you got offered that time on the start line, you'd take it every single time. Nice ride, 35.441. We move on to our next heat. We welcome in the back straight from Western Australia. This is Trent Rensburg. And the home straight is South Australia's Kane Azzopardi. This is heat number 7. We're halfway through the list for our under 17 boys. Both riders away. This is going to be a quick one between Azzopardi and Rensburg. Azzopardi, we've seen his absolute power sprint over the last couple of days. Rensburg actually broke the under 15 WA state standing start record in the team sprint that they won the other night. He goes through this time 19.4 to 19.6. Rensburg broke the state record, as I said, and the man who used to hold it is the fastest sprinter in the world at the moment. Rensburg and Kane Azzopardi, these are going to be the two fastest times so far. You would think they'll go to the line. Rensburg just 35.053. Azzopardi 35.47 goes into third, but Rensburg goes into the hot seat for now. Heat number 8 now coming out onto the track. We welcome in the back straight the Victorian Jack Panozzo, and in the home straight we welcome the South Australian Jet Pets. Nicely out of the gates, these two. 35.05 is the time to beat at the moment. Trent Rensburg, Western Australia. Now we've got Victoria versus South Australia. Let's see how they go through this first lap. The South Australian and the Victorian both moving nicely. 6th and 7th fastest in the first lap, but they're there and thereabouts. Not going too bad at all. They'll come up with half a lap to go each. The Victorian ever so slightly. They're going to be outside the time of Rensburg, but they're going to go and stop the watch. 35.91 for the Victorian Panozzo and 36.25 for the South Australian Jet Pets. Handy times. They don't get themselves up into the top 3 spots for now. Heat number 9 now out onto the track. We welcome in the back straight, representing the ACT. This is Jackson McDonald. And the home straight, representing South Australia, is Ewan Grierson. Grierson away nicely here in the home straight. Very sharp. See how they are at the halfway. Grierson just that little bit quicker out of the blocks than Jackson McDonald, the ACT. South Australian moving very nicely. We'll see where his time is. Just outside the top time at the moment, but inside 20 seconds. That's a nice start from the South Australian. He leads the ACT rider, but only just because McDonald is getting faster. They come into the home straight, their respective finishing straights now. The South Australian just in front, 35.57 to 35.934. Just outside the top 3 at the moment for both riders. Not going to tickle the medals today. So the time to beat at the moment, 35.05. We move on to heat number 10 now. We welcome in the back straight from New South Wales, Gabrielle Jacobson. We welcome in the home straight from Western Australia. This is Cooper Dunlop. Dunlop away in the home straight. Jacobson in the back straight. Dunlop third in the individual pursuit. He won the sprint title last night. Great start here from the New South Welshman though. Jacobson really moving nicely. We'll see how they are at the end of the first lap. Who's going to have the quicker one? The New South Welshman in front. Just inside the 20-second start there for Jacobson. Work to do for Dunlop here. Rensburg time still looking very good. They'll go towards their start-finish points now. Dunlop has lifted 35.205, gets himself to second. Jacobson drops to 10th, 35.96. So Trent Rensburg stays in the top spot for now. We welcome heat number 11 out onto the track. In the back straight, we welcome Tasmania's Max Woodruff. In the home straight, in New South Wales, Hugo Barnes. Away now. 35.05. Is the time to beat. Half a lap to go for these two. Hugo Barnes moving very nicely as he comes into the home straight. Let's see where he can stop the clock at. This might be good enough. It will be good enough, 34.962. But Max Woodruff, should I say, 35.895. Nothing between them. But Woodruff, he was the fastest qualifier in the individual sprint, and now he holds the fastest time in the 500-metre time trial, 34.895 for the Tasmanian. Hugo Barnes in second, 34.962. Heat 12. In the back straight, we welcome the Victorian Riley Boyd. In the home straight, we welcome from WA, Tobias Zoe. Toby Zoe, the under-15 national champion last year and record holder. Let's see what he can do this year. The Victorian Riley Boyd moving very nicely out of the blocks. Getting up onto speed beautifully here, the Victorian. Zoe into the home straight. Got a little bit of an edge over the top. Quickest time so far from the West Australian, 19.420 for that standing start. Let's see what Toby Zoe can do here. Can he get himself to the top of the leaderboard and sit himself in the hot seat? Zoe will finish off 34.680 for Toby Zoe. Boyd goes through 35.489, but Toby Zoe goes into the hot seat with just 2 heats to go. Heat 13 coming out onto the track now. We welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland, this is Will Amaleas. And in the home straight, we welcome from WA, Lincoln Andrews. Both riders away nicely. Some work to do. 34.680 is the time to beat by Zoe. Neck and neck between these two. They both sit down. Sit down and kick the bike to pieces to try and get everything you can out of that gear. Quickest start there for Lincoln Andrews, 19.385 here. The West Australian down the back straight, but Will Amaleas is going with him. We'll see where they're going to stop the clock into the home straight. Can they get themselves to the top of the leaderboard? Top time, Lincoln Andrews, 34.378. Amaleas goes through second fastest, 34.470. Just 1 heat to go. We move on to the final heat of our junior under-17 boys time trial final. Welcome in the back straight, representing Victoria, this is Ben Woods. In the home straight, representing South Australia, this is Mitchell Stevens. Nice start in the home straight here from Stevens. He was a silver medalist in the sprint. He was a bronze medalist in the team sprint. Can he make it All three colours to take home back to South Australia. Ben Woods moving nicely, going with him. Stevens into the home straight. We have a look at the first lap time. Stevens quickest, 19.09. Woods 19.28. Stevens is absolutely flying. Woods is going with him though and coming back nicely here. It's going to be a flick of the fingers between these two riders. Who's going to be national champion? Mitchell Stevens is 34.108 to Ben Woods, 34.150. Pushing Lincoln Andrews back into third place. But put your hands together for the South Australian rider. That gives him a gold, silver and bronze so far this week in all the sprint events. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our para time trial finals now. This is our women to start off with, and the women's C1, C5 and WB start list. We welcome our first team up onto the track. This is Jodie Willis-Roberts with her pilot, Jodie Hayward. The team of Jodie Willis-Roberts on the back of the tandem and her pilot, Jodie Hayward, getting themselves going. Qualified for the final here, so they're on for a medal and a PB again here today. First of our heats. All of our para champions here today, Paralympic champions, world champions. So always have the best of the best competing in our para championships here at AMV. Moving nicely down the back straight now, Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward as they'll come into the home straight this time to receive 2 laps to go. Nice smooth ride. We've already seen them out on the track once already. So a little bit of improvement here as they come into the home straight. Moving nicely. And bell will sound for the team of Willis-Roberts and Hayward. They head down the back straight. It gets hard for everybody in this last lap of 1,000 metres time trial. They're hanging on to the pace nicely here. They'll come into the home straight to finish off. Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward cross the line, 1:24.783 for their time. Move on to our next heat, and we welcome to the track Jessica Gallagher in the Victorian skin suit and her pilot, Jackie Mengler-Moore. Nicely out of the blocks there, Jackie Mengler-Moore and Jess Gallagher. New pairing, these two, starting together. Jess Gallagher's had so much success in the tandem rankings. And Jackie Mengler-Moore, in the individual standings, been brilliant over the last several years in sprinting. And try a hand at being a pilot in the tandems here. If these two can get it right, they will be a very formidable pairing. They'll come through into the home straight this time. Through the first 500 metres. Nice riding, 37.361. It's quite handy, this style of pairing in the 500 metres on a tandem. It is not easy to get those bikes up and going. They make it look so though, don't they? They'll come to the home straight this time with 1 lap to go. Travelling nicely. This is where you really have to dig in down this last half lap. Everything in your body is saying, please stop. You just have to keep pushing through and pushing through. Mengler-Moore doing a good job of piloting the bike. 1:08.944 for Gallagher and Mengler-Moore. So there we are, 2 teams competing in the WB classification. Gallagher and Mengler-Moore, 1:08.944. Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward, 1:24.783. So both teams will medal here today. We welcome our next rider onto the track. It's a rider from Victoria in the WC4 category. This is Emily Petricola. It's Talia Clayton-Goody who gets away. My apologies to Talia, my apologies to Em. Talia Clayton-Goody gets herself away nicely now. Goes through nicely through the first 500 metres here, Talia. Moving nicely, nice good rhythm around the bottom of the track. Not rocking the shoulders or anything at all. well within herself as she comes up to get 1 lap to go this time. Bell sounds the Argon Team Australia bike as she heads down the back straight. Comes down, stops the clock, 1:28.276 for Talia. Competing in the WC2 category. The next rider that will come into the starting gate, representing South Australia, will be Meg Lemon in the WC4 category. Meg Lemon underway with her ride. Got the list up here. We've got 5 riders competing in the WC4 category here this afternoon. So good contest to be had. Bell lap goes for Meg Lemon now, moving nicely. One of our leading para-athletes over the last several years. Very lovely lady to talk to as well. I've had the pleasure of interviewing her a few times. Meg Lemon's going to come up, stop the clock. 1:20.845 for her. She'll go back and sit down and see what everyone else can do that comes after her in the WC4 category. We now welcome our next rider out onto the track. Representing Queensland, this is Paige Greco. Paige goes in the WC3 category. Paige Greco underway on the home track, the Queensland champion, Paralympian champion, worlds, taken all before her in her career thus far in the para categories. Moving nicely down the back straight, now back up to speed. Superbly resplendent bike these riders ride these days. Double Ghibli disc, Campagnolo discs. You'd have given an arm and a leg for them once upon a time when you had the opportunity to ride them back in the day. And still top of the game. Sort of quality equipment on the Argon bike, moving nicely. Paige Greco. She's going to come round and get Bell Lap this time. Queenslander will come through and stop the clock. 120.622 for Paige. We move on to our next rider out onto the track now, representing Victoria. Please welcome Sharon Boyd. Nicely out of the blocks there for Sharon, gets underway. So we're racing up here just last month in the Oceania Championships as well. Going very nicely indeed. Up onto pace, sits down. Not quite now, sits down. There's a long start there into the stirrups. Into the tri-bars, moving nicely here, Sharon Boyd. See what she can do. She competes here in the National Championships. Trying to set the best time she possibly can. She competes in the WC4 category. It's quite a deep category, that one. One lap to go now for Sharon as she goes through. Looking very smooth indeed, not slowing down the pace at all. This is a tough time. Last half lap in a kilo. Comes into the home straight now. Going to stop the clock. 1:18.841 for Sharon. That's the fastest time in the WC4 category so far for Sharon. So she's putting herself up into the mix, no trouble whatsoever. We now welcome the next of our riders into the starting house, and this is Alana Forster from Victoria. Alana competes in the WC5 category. It's part of the para program. Got the Australian team bike and team helmet. She moves down the back straight nicely, getting on top of what seems to be a rather large gear. Very fit cyclist is Alana as she comes into the home straight, moving nicely up into the tri-bar position. Nice aerodynamic position here for Alana. Moving nicely down the back straight as she goes. Don't forget, we've got the bike shop in the back straight with all the velo bike bits, some of the most magnificent wheel sets you've ever seen in your lifetime. Also here, Campagnolo, lightweights, zips, you name it, they've got it. There's Alana Forster. She'll join us in the home straight this time and receive 1 lap to go. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, make your way down for the evening sessions this week. The elites are on, the juniors are on. If you're going to watch on TV at home, it'll be on SBS On Demand with Kate and Scott. There's Alana Forster. She goes across the line, sets her time 1:18.519 for Alana. The next rider in the WC4 category. I introduced her earlier, I'll introduce her again. Please welcome from Victoria, this is Emily Petricola. Away now, nice start there from Emily, what we've come to know with this athlete. Beautifully designed livery on the bike, isn't it? Bright green, bright yellow as part of the Australian team bike that she's on. Up onto speed now, moving nicely, competing in the WC4 category. The fastest time in that category at the moment is Sharon Boyd, 1:18.841. And we have Meg Lemon, 1:20.845. Let's see what M. Petrola can do here. We've still got 2 to come in the WC4 category. Petricola moving nicely here. Heads down the back straight. One lap to go for M. No slowing down with Emily Petricola in these style of time trials. She'll handle more laps, no trouble whatsoever. She comes into the home straight this time. We'll see where she can stop the clock. Can she get under 1:18? Well and truly, 1:15.015 for M. Petricola. We welcome our next rider onto the track now from Victoria. Please welcome Anna Meares in the WC4 category. Fastest time so far, 1:15.015 from Emily Petricola. Comes out of the blocks there, Erin. Tried to go just a little bit before it released her, so just caught a little bit of a balk, but she was able to save it, no trouble at all. Heading down the back straight, getting up that bike up onto speed. Very nicely indeed. Into the home straight, up into the tri-bar position. More of a rocking style here, but really getting everything out of the bike as she heads down the back straight. .500-metre time, moves through. 39.054 for Erin. Getting tough down the back straight, lap and a half to go now. Anna Meares comes into the home straight, moving nicely still, will receive the bell this time. See where she can finish off her ride. There and thereabouts. Get herself around the 1:15. If she can hang on to it in this last half lap, it's getting tough out there for her. Comes into the home straight. Can she get herself near the 1:15 time of Petricola? 1:16.014 for Anna Meares. Now have our final rider in the women's para time trial final coming up onto the track. It's a rider from Victoria. This is Tara Nayland in the WC4 category. She was very, very quick here earlier today. Look forward to this time. Tara Nayland, ladies and gentlemen. Nicely out of the blocks here for Tara Nayland. She really moved well here in her qualifying ride. Really smooth, getting on top of that big gear as she heads down the back straight, sits down into the position straight away in the tri-bars. And now just going to grind that gear. Pedaling it nicely, not grinding it, but pedaling it nicely. And it is a big gear though she's riding. Still increasing pace, as you can see. Visually getting faster through that first lap and a half, and now she'll hold on to that pace over the next 2 laps. Tara Nayland into the home straight, moving nicely. 2 to go. Comes up this time for the bell lap. Tara Nayland looking for a national championship here. Inside the times of what we've seen so far, not slowing down at all as she heads down the back straight. Through the final bend, we'll come up, have a look at the time. This is a nice one, 1:11.630 for Tara Nayland. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our para time trial C1 to C5 final, with also our tandem men as well. And we welcome our first rider in the final here from Queensland. Please welcome Kai Sakakibara. Away again, Kai Sakakibara. His first championship ride, his first ride this afternoon. And if you don't know the full story of Kai, I do encourage you to look it up, because it is a story of absolute bravery and resilience. And being one of the absolute best in the world in BMX, to fight back to where he's come to now, and the support he's shown his sister Saya in her quest for Olympic gold as well. Of course, his family very heavily involved with BMX cycling. His father Martin very heavily involved with the scoring system for BMX throughout Australia. So much to offer as a family, but no more so than what Kai has shown us in his resilience and bravery to get himself back to where he was. He'll come into the home straight this time with 1 lap to go. Please put your hands together for Kai Sakakibara, please, ladies and gentlemen. Make as much noise as you can for him. 1 lap to go here. We all had the pleasure of seeing the family story during the Olympics with Saya's gold medal and the support shown by Kai through that whole process. We had the pleasure of seeing them in Western Australia at the BMX Nationals last year in Western Australia. Kai comes down, stops the clock, gets through both of his rides here nicely here today. It's a pleasure to have you on the boards. We welcome our next rider into the starting gate now. This is Keely Kitkovics from Queensland, competing in the AW2. Kudkovic up to speed nicely here as he comes through the home straight. Nice start, 22.179. Moving nice and smoothly down the back straight. $500 to go as he comes through this time. 37.945. So beautifully executing this ride as he heads down the back straight. Not slowing down visibly at all, which is what we tend to see very quickly in the 1,000-metre time trial. 1 lap to go now for Kudkovic. Still moving nicely through the air there. Not slowing down at all, just tightening up ever so slightly into the bend, but really hanging on to this ride nicely. He'll finish off in a 1:10.838. Nice ride. We welcome our next rider up into the starting gate, and this is from Queensland, Kyle Willis. Nicely out of the starting gate there for Kyle. I think I was up here for the World Cup that Brisbane held back in 2019. Before, of course, we had our COVID holiday. It was one of the first times we saw Kyle racing in that competition. He has really shone since then, gotten better every year. He rides the bike, Kyle Willis, as he heads down the back straight. Moving very nicely as he comes in with 500 metres to go now. Such a good organisation, Queensland Academy of Sport, and the Queensland coaches up here in Queensland. Always done very well ever since the inception of the QAS back in the mid-90s when Peter Day was the coach. He set a very good standard for everyone to follow. Kyle Willis moving nicely down the back straight, hanging on to that pace, comes into the home straight. Tough ride here in the kilo. We'll cross the line, 1:10.326 for Kyle. We welcome our new rider into the home straight now from South Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Darren Hicks. Darren Hicks getting himself up to speed here. One of the toughest athletes in the world, Darren Hicks. The times he can produce, unbelievable. So consistent, always improving. Comes through the first lap. Up onto speed now. You get a little bit quicker down the back straight, and then he'll hang on to that pace all the way through to the finish. Absolutely tremendous what this man can achieve. He'll come to the home straight this time with 500 metres more to go. One lap to go for Darren Hicks as he goes through. Moving nicely. Goes through 1:01.944 at full speed now. To give you an idea of what his final lap's going to be. Come through the bend, really moving nicely here. He'll come through, he'll stop the clock. 1:19.062, giving him about just sub 18-second flying last lap. To give you an idea of how well he's going, absolutely tremendous. Welcome our next rider into the home straight to start from New South Wales. This is Gordon Allen. Gordon Allen underway. Competes in the MC2 category. In the para categories, one of the best in the world at this discipline. Come round, nice first lap start here for Gordon. 22.344. Up onto pace nicely. One thing about the para athletes, they get up onto speed, they don't tend to slow down too much, do they? Very consistent with their lap times as they go through. 38.80. So he's gone through in about just sub 17 seconds, 16 and a half seconds, second lap there for Gordon as he comes up this time. He'll receive the bell. Lap time similar again, moving very nicely. And a fight home down the back straight. Not visibly getting slower yet. Moving nicely through this 1,000 metres. He'll come through the final bend. Gordon Allen, where's he going to stop the clock? Around the 1:12 mark, I think. 1:12.767, the time of Gordon Allen. So we've got one of our MC5 riders now coming out onto the track. This is going to be a good contest because there was less than a click of the fingers between Max Sudholz and Matt Gray this morning. Matthew Gray will be the first one to go. Please welcome the man from Western Australia, Paralympian back in 2000. This is Matthew Gray. Matty Gray getting the bike away, get it up to top speed. There's nothing between him and Max this morning. Always a good contest between the two of them, Max Sudholz and Matt Gray. So we'll see how Matty Gray can go here this afternoon. Did he leave his best on the track this morning, or has he got something more to offer? As I said, he was a Paralympian back in 2000. He left the sport for a while. He's been in the sport his whole life. He left the sport for a while, as a lot of people do, just to get on with regular life. And he's came back as a Masters rider more than anything, but then he started to go so quick. He went back to the para game, and he's going beautifully as well. Matt Gray comes into the home straight. 1 lap to go now, moving nicely. The attention to detail of some of these riders, absolutely magnificent. The time they take, the training they do. Matt Gray comes into the home straight. He's going to stop the clock. This is a nice time again, 1:08.300 for Matt Gray. Bring on now the man from the ACT. This is Max Sudholz, another rider in our MC5 category, taking on Matt Gray. Nice strong start out of the blocks here from Max. Just got underneath the time of Matt Gray this morning. We'll see how he goes here this afternoon. A little bit slower here this afternoon for everyone concerned. Over that 4-lap distance. So the atmosphere within the velodrome always does change here at AMV. Sudholz looks very strong though, doesn't he? On top of that gear nicely. We come through this time with 500 metres to go. Moving nicely, 37.065. Got to get himself inside 1:08 really, to make sure he's really motoring over this 1,000 metres. Goes through 52.364. Sudholt's not slowing down at all, really motoring now. Comes through the bend. I don't think he's slowed at all here, Max. He's going to come into the home straight. We'll see where he stops the clock. It's going to be a good ride. 1:08.170. Just inside the time of Matt Gray. Matt Gray did a 1:08.300, so nothing between those two. Great contest, though. We welcome the first of our tandem teams here in the men's division. This is the team of Beau Watton and his new pilot, Blake Long. South Australian colours away. Beau Watton with Blake Long. This is the first year we've seen Blake on the front of the tandem, the young West Australian sprinter. They rode a 1:03 in qualifying this morning to the Zachariah and Paris time of 1:02. Every opportunity to improve every time they get out there. Moving nicely here, these two. They'll come through with 500 metres to go. Blake Long on the front, 34.455 here. Really moving together nicely in unison, perfectly well. They'll come up with 1 lap to go now. Beau Watton being piloted by Blake Long. Just starting to tighten up a little bit down the back straight here, these two. They'll fight on. Can they get down around the 1:03 time again as they come into the home straight? Long and Watton, they'll top the clock, 1:03.869, similar time to what they did here earlier. A good piece of time trialling, and good to see that we've got a team that can rival that of Paris and Zachariah, because the two teams doing similar times, it just forces each other to go that little bit quicker all the time as we roll forward to things like Com Games, World Championships and LA 28. Good things to look forward to. We now welcome our Olympic team onto the start line, representing Western Australia. This is Anna Meares and Luke Zachariah as the pilot. Nicely out of the blocks there. They rode 1:02 here this afternoon in qualifying, this morning in actual fact, in qualifying. Up to speed nicely here. So they've got to put in their best ride here, because the second fastest time so far, 1:03 this morning. Well, they've got to be able to give their best to make sure they keep themselves in front. They'll come in for the first 500 metres here. The team that represented us in Paris. They're well inside the time of Bo Watton and Blake Long as they head down the back straight. See the difference with a little bit more experience. Luke Zachariah riding on the tri-bars as they go through with 1 lap to go. Just inside the 48-second mark there. A little bit of speed coming off as they hit the final bend. We'll see where they stop the clock. They'll come up 1:02.565, another national title for our Olympic team. Anna Meares and Luke Zachariah, 1:02.565. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one rider to go. After that, we will be getting straight into our presentations of what we have seen here this afternoon. So I ask all medal winners so far today, you can slowly make your way over to the medal presentation ceremony so that our producer can get you all organised into your spots for our medal presentations. As we welcome Corey Boddington up onto the track, the Queenslander, our final rider here in the para time trial today.
Especially Trent, a major cylinder, so good.
Corey Boddington away nicely from the start here. In the MC4 category is where he rides. And get that bike up to full speed. Get a very big gear on, getting it going nicely here. Into the home straight. Still getting up onto the gear. Into the tri-bars now. Now he's just going to try and roll that gear as fast as he possibly can around the Anna Meares Velodrome as he comes to the home straight, this time with 500 metres to go. Moving very nicely indeed. Doesn't tend to slow down, does he? Does Corey? Into the home straight, he'll receive 1 lap to go. He hears the bell. 48.48 as he goes through. He's on a nice time here. Still moving nicely down the back straight. The head goes down ever so slightly, just shows the effort that's being put in here. As he'll come into the home straight to finish off. Corey Boddington going to set the time, 1:04.188. paras, yes, mate. I can do the juniors, but the paras would be good to have. I'm not coming down, I'm staying here because I do it from here. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring your attention to the medal ceremony of the under-17 girls time trial. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher. In second place, representing Western Australia, Maddie Pitt. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion representing Queensland, Ava Robbins. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Under-17 Boys Time Trial Championship. In third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Western Australia, Lincoln Andrews. In second place, winner of the silver medal representing Victoria, Ben Woods. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion representing South Australia, Mitchell Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for our para time trial women. In the WB category, in the silver medal position, Jodie Willis-Roberts and her pilot, Jodie Haywood from Queensland. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Jessica Gallagher and Jackie Mengler-Moore. The presentation ceremony of the WC2 Championship. Winner of the gold medal, representing Victoria. Please welcome Talia Clayton-Goody. The presentation now of the WC3 gold medalist and national champion representing Queensland, Paige Greco. Ladies and gentlemen, the WC4 presentation. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Erin Rowell. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Victoria, Emily Petricola. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Victoria, Tara Nayland. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of the WC5 champion. Representing Victoria, Alana Forster. The presentation ceremony of the Men's B Championship. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Bo Watton and Blake Long. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Kane Paris and Luke Zachariah. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation. Kai Sakakibara. The medal presentation of the MC2 division. In second place, winner of the silver medal from South Australia, Darren Hicks. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing New South Wales, Gordon Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, the championship ceremony of the MC3 division, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Kyle Willis. The medal ceremony of the MC4 division, winner of the gold medal and Australian champion, representing Queensland, Corey Boddington. The medal ceremony of the MC5 division. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Western Australia, Matthew Gray. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing the ACT, Max Sudholz. The championship ceremony of the AW11 division, winner of the gold medal and national champion representing Queensland, Keely Kitkovics. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time here today. That concludes this session. That concludes these ceremonies. Our evening session, racing starts at 5:30 p.m. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, that's it from us for today. If you'd like to watch the racing, please go on to SBS On Demand this evening, where you'll be able to listen to Kate Bates and Scott McGorry bring you all the action.